like just like literary fiction, like writing people in the sense of writing smart people in a relatable way. It is the
so here's I think I have an example that might fit into this mold in terms of fan fiction. I got caught up a few months ago reading a Pokemon fan fiction titled Born of Caution.
Nope. I just finished. I just finished When I Win the World Ends, which
awesome. What did you do?
It was like, it was pretty good. The ending was a little like, okay, the final plot was not as interesting as I was expecting it to be, but just the characterization and the way it like builds historical realism into the Pokemon world was the most interesting part.
The most interesting part for me was just Zapdos. That was they made it. I have never had Pokemon sell like a canon Pokemon game sell me so hard on the legendary being cool as when I was little then.
Oh yeah.
I'll have to check out that. I've seen that earlier, but so the thing that really struck me about this one was that it like kind of feigns the typical like okay, no, this is the Grimdark reimagining type isekai scenario where actually things are real and scary serious, but it very quickly like takes a hard left swerve when like the main character just gets approached by like Professor Birch and that hey so like if what you're saying is true and that you literally died and ended up here, that's dramatic as hell. Here's a number of therapists, please call them. And then like takes like a whole bunch of just generally like, dude, you're not holding up well at all. You need to talk to somebody about this. And then the protagonist of the isekai power fantasy goes to therapy, and it is written by somebody who has very clearly gone to therapy and knows how that goes. And like had a positive experience.
What is this called again? I'll have to look this up.
It's Born of Caution.
Born of Caution. Okay, cool.
So you have like a middle-aged protagonist who was still fairly into the was still playing like old games on like a GG emulator, and was also a vet at a zoo. And knows a lot of more mundane animals, and that's the knowledge advantage he takes with him into that scenario. But also like literally died, and one of the most rare ways possible to end up there, and that does things to people.
I'm very
it takes that death seriously.
Nice. I'm very curious about the whole idea of therapy in fiction, because I'll often see it brought up these days as a sort of new criterion of realism. Like, in real life you would go to therapy about this, and like almost like the opposite cultural polarization of the rational fic criterion of realism, of like the vulgar rational fic criterion of realism, let's say, of the hyper-agential Death Note guy. But but one, sometimes when I see this, I have I was listening to like booktube videos about some like contemporary romance slop that's like dark romance kind of thing. It was like, you should go to the entire fantasy of this is that there's another way of dealing with this kind of experience than the therapeutic model. That's clearly the need it is meeting. And two, it's like, I have heard people, including like my former boyfriend, sort of complain about people in contemporary fiction just like talking entirely in therapy speak and acting
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
but I think insofar as that
is the case here to the extent that like you don't get their therapy speak until like somebody's actually sitting down in front of their therapist.
And I do think that like I'll see that in like in things sometimes, and it seems sort of alienating. But then I'm also like, well, as you can't just run away from this part of reality. If we think this is part of psychic reality, like, we can't just say, oh, it's too boring to have in fiction, because then we're just sort of conceding that the world can't be what we want in fiction, and I kind of reject that on a matter of my own criteria. So it's like, how do you deal with it in an artistically autonomous way? I have like my own therapy sections in Shut in Dark Lord, although those are largely the therapist is deliberately trying to do it badly and to manipulate the main character into being worse.
Yeah, I think the way you do like normal therapy would involve like I don't know, just I don't want to just say like not entirely filling it with cliches, because that feels like a truism. But like having it do the cliche, having it maybe like doing the cliches and then like having them be like textual and like and like pulling up the tension between the therapeutic cliche or reality or some.
In my own writing, like I guess my own long form work, the character in a scenario, they don't have access to therapy, but some of them have been to therapy, and that's kind of I kind of wing it like so the clearest example is one just right up front is so you have a scenario of guy who suddenly wakes up in the body of a completely ordinary world and is trying to process like sensory overload. And then it goes very badly because he attempts the mindful like body inventory style of like the that you taught with CBT and stuff, and that's like backfires immediately because if you're taking inventory of a body that very clearly is yours, then the whole browsing exercise completely implodes.
Oh my god, that sounds brilliant. I'm also really excited to read that premise in particular because, like, trying to write as an animal and trying to write an animal sensorium and worldview is something I have, like, attempted at various points in my life and haven't really come back too much, but, like, when I, like, was starting writing in, like, middle school, I was trying to do, like, a post-apocalyptic wolves who are given sort of human cognition in order to fix the ecosystem after humans fucked it up thing. And my most recent attempt was like just trying to write a short story based on like manuals I watch Japanese zoo cams of constantly with my most recent partner.
I'm not 100% certain I've been that like as successful as I could have been then, but people seem to resonate that.
There's no way to be 100% certain because
of course
says that.
I wrote like a one-shot side story about like somebody about ocean faring creatures in that setting. and the amount of research that I did into like how electroreception works in like sharks and similar creatures, and how like they things that have to move to breathe, like that type of fish, how they like deal with sleep, and the amount of answers that are just like shrugged because we can't read their minds is like was frustrating, but eventually just also kind of moderated because I would like my best guess and not sweat it.
Nice.
Okay, topical. On the therapy speak thing. This isn't exactly therapy speak, but this is like probably one of the funnier examples I found of it. If I can read from Worm. I actually don't love Wormhole, but this was the part I really loved. Okay.
We can do worm takes after this.
Yeah. Okay. I lowered my voice. Rachel, can you maybe do me a favor? I ordered my thoughts and voiced them. Grew into a too injured to keep out. I'm focused on other stuff. Harry and Foyle are looking after each other. Can you keep an eye on him? These are all superhero names for comics. Rachel made a face. I thought you wanted me to do something. This is key, I said. She needs someone to be there right now. That's all. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. What if she gets Rachel off? Emotional? Support her, Tecton. I suppress your influence. He went on. She's your teammate, right? How the fuck do I support someone? She asked. Stupid, not my thing. You, I started, but Tecton was already talking, his voice deeper, his conviction stronger. Grace was listening as well now. Empathize, he said. Rachel glowered at him, unimpressed. He tried again. Okay. Here's a cheat I learned in a leadership seminar. It's called active listening. Someone says something, complains or criticism, or they're excited about something that happened to them. For a lot of us, our instinct is to offer a solution or expand on an idea, fix or offer something. The key is to just think about how they're feeling, be receptive to that, and pair it back to them. They just got a new car, and they're happy about it. A simple that's excellent, or you must be so proud works. It leaves room for them to keep talking, to know you're listening. For your teammate who just lost someone she obviously cared about, just recognizing that she's super upset. She's right to feel upset. That's enough. I opened my mouth to say something, but I couldn't even begin to sum up how useless this advice was to Rachel in particular. That's hard to Rachel. It works. And I know Grace is going to say something to me about it being fake or false. But the thing is, you do that. You start to do it because it's genuine, because you care about feelings. Because cut him off. Tecton. He fell silent, turning my way. We don't have time to get into anything complicated, I said.
I have never read or heard dialogue before that felt like should have had Wikipedia citations after every sentence.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess what I would I actually don't know much about Worm other than the fact that people who know about Worm have very strong opinions in one way or the other about Worm.
I just thought it was limited. I enjoyed the ending, but not good taste.
I once I tried the for instance I tried posting chapters in my novel on space battles. And nothing wrong with that site. It's just the observation, very funny observation of that they have a worm origin subforum and a guide on how to deworm your feed, so that just to filter out worm fic.
I should do that with Mercenary Planet. But yeah, with Worm, I read it and liked it up until the, like, Leviathan attack arc, and then it was going into... I can't even remember what the arc was going to be when the city was mostly destroyed, and it felt like it was just going into sort of, like, generic reactionary post-apocalyptic truism territory. But I was also just really pissed off that they completely dropped doing anything with Empire 88, the like, neo-Nazi faction that it looked like they were setting up to fight. And I wrote a long Tumblr post about this that I'll just link in the chat here. But yeah, I might come back to it at some point, because that's like a really oddly specific kind of critique. But that's the kind of thing that I, like, drop things over in a way where it's not like I can't imagine getting any value out of this anymore, but, like, I'm not going to prioritize this over the million other things I'm reading at the same time for a, like, foreseeable bit until something else convinces me to get back into it.
Yeah, it is, it's like my relationship with superhero web fiction, or just like, I guess superhero fiction in general, like, is that like I keep feeling incredibly intrigued by a premise and only see it on stick landing.
Yeah.
Whether it's a big, big silly corporate Marvel DC offering, or something out of Japan, like Magicals or whatever. And it's like I vibe with what they're putting down, but then they don't pick it back up.
Yeah.
And I felt that way largely about a lot of the web fiction as well. It's like the thematic thrust kind of fizzles.
Do you read, or what do you think of Thundermoon?
Okay, yeah. So that's actually. I need to read more of her stuff. I am, because she and I have done a lot of the same things on like a general, like transhumanist existential energy. But I too. It's one of those things. Like, I don't think I can stand reading one of her books at a time just because of how heavy they are. But the superhero season of Are You Indignant? I doesn't quite register in the same way to me, because that's so very clearly not the genre. Like it is like in universe, it is the U.S. government putting up the facade of superhero fantasy to the public, who just paper over the actual like military fiction going on.
I didn't even realize she had a superhero one. I was just thinking web fiction in general, because I've only started Catalepsis and the isekai transformation one.
I picked up Are You Even because they just like jumped out at me. For obvious reasons, because literally my homemade cover art for my book is just a prose scrawling on a piece of paper. I am very crude. So that's the one that I've been reading, and reading that, and I just like, this is and just apparently every all of her books seem to kind of land in a similar like this is going to be incredibly traumatic, peppered by some of the most cathartic moments I've ever read. But then right back to the oh god, this sucks kind of energy. And I enjoy the hell out of it. And especially are you kind of like it ends up in terms of action writing. It's just JoJo's adventure.
Nice.
Which is a good way to take it. You have people with random arrows with specific powers who have to utilize those to do the thing.
That's the thing I'm surprised, like, Western superhero media has not gotten on top of, like, relative to Japan. Like, insofar as the whole, like, how do we keep up with manga and comic sales thing? I mean, there's a lot of obvious answers to that. Have stories that end, have stories that, like, don't require you to read things going back to the 60s, etc. But, like, just the sort of high, like, the conceptual development of powers and fights and stuff, like, so much stuff is still stuck in, like, flying brick mode.
Yeah, or you'll get something that is like I mean this is so here's something that I'd say when it comes to like creative superpower use that Japan is equally prone to, or Japanese media is equally prone to, which is the here's this incredibly narrow and specific power that seems pretty unimpressive on the surface, and then you know maybe your so sad boy protagonist gets a little bit about it or something. But then it turns out like here's one trick where actually this thing can do anything. You know, and like that has potential, but a lot of times it just turns into actually I'm just going to use this cool like power of something incredibly.
Yeah, I think that's something that's gotten worse since, like, the isekai trend and what I call the like, rationalizing as my broader meta category from rational thing, like, idea that I'm developing, relative to sort of, like, magazine shonen. And sometimes that's almost the point. Sometimes, like, there's this weird thing of, like, the main character isn't optimizing for keeping the reader engaged. The main character is optimizing for, like, what they want to do in this world, and then, like, reader engagement is entirely premised on, do you, as a self-inserting reader, identify with this particular, like, way of playing the game, which is, you know, like, interesting, but also not, unless you're, I don't know, now I'm just thinking about all the discourse about self-insertion that has been going back and forth.
I think it's something that I run into that I probably have to engage more if I was ever going to actually tackle the main or the RPG market, the book, which I haven't decided yet because I'd had to really lead something weird for that to really appeal to me. But it's like there's a balance of people want a main character who feels like a character, but also one who do everything that they do.
Yeah.
And apparently some authors manage to write that to some degree. I don't know. So I'm not at all authors still kind of criticism of their writing.
This ties almost back to a thing. Yeah, that's right.
I should read things that I'm not interested in just to get a better understanding.
Yeah, but to be fair, Isekai Lit RPG is not the best place to start with that. If you're going to read things just out of obligation, you might as well read, like, I don't know, Dostoevsky. Do you read Dostoevsky? You might already. I don't know. Like...
Yeah, there's a whole laundry list of classics that
my excuse for reading this particular type of thing that I'm not interested in except analytically is that I'm analyzing it academically. So... And to be fair, academia was also my excuse for reading a lot of classics, because leading up to this, I just did, like, very general sort of liberal arts programs.
And honestly, like, it's something that I have something that jumped out at me going from my childhood reading into this kind of era. A lot of things that people are complaining about in modern fiction are just extensions of the exact same characterization problems that existed in 80s and 90s mainstream sci-fi novels.
Right.
If you take a look at everything Scott Gardner has ever written, and just look at his main characters, it is like actually kind of absurd how directly they map onto this exact power fantasy archetype.
I wish we had Escher in here for complaining about Orson Scott Card.
Yeah. I can do it. I can do it plenty because for my teens, my reading was limited to a box of old novels that my dad had stashed away in the closet, and it wasn't just an Enter Game and that series. It was actually perhaps one of the most like odious fantasy novels I've ever like enjoyed partially and what the hell they're actually doing. It's called the Chronicles of Alvin Maker. It is an alt history fantasy set in the 1800s America. The alternate history being bizarrely parallel to that of Code Geass for some reason.
Huh.
Like it predates Code Geass, to be clear, but it is like Napoleon drove the British out of Europe, and now the Americas are like split into a free America and what remains Great Britain kind of vibe. But like the central piece of that is that there's magic exists, but something you don't quite grow to like book and a half in is that the magic is explicitly racial in nature.
Oh, what? Like how so?
In the most stereotypical and awful way you can imagine.
Oh, jeez.
So you got Gugu, and then you got your Native American animism, and then you got white people with like little tinkering and crafts and folk type things, and it's real on the nose. and then our special main character who do it all.
The racial avatar, the last airbender.
Yep. Like ultimate white savior.
Oh, he's a mixed race.
Nope.
Damn, that's brutal. It was so funny. There's a clip of Joe Rogan I saw years ago, and it stuck in my mind where he said something like where he was talking to, I think it was a mixed race, yeah, something like that, and he says something like white father, black mother, powerful. That's a powerful combination. And me and my friend were both mixed races. Quoted it at each other for a while. So funny.
And that is, I think that on its own is just absolutely wild, and like I said, peak white savior power fantasy. But also then the thing that he goes on to do in the first few books, like I think I stopped reading after I got to conclusion here, which is the central antagonist of the first two books is one Henry Harrison. And literally, like the big villain is the historic massacre at Peteroo.
I don't even know that story. I don't think.
So Henry Harrison is president of the United States, died 4 months into office because he caught pneumonia by doing automated doing inaugural speech in the rain. And died. As a war criminal, like literally. Like campaigned on victory at a battle that was just a one-sided shoot a bunch of innocent people across the river.
Oh wow!
And he is he is 100% as monstrous as this book as he should be. To be clear, like for all of its like white savior avatar stuff, it comes down pretty firmly on the anti-colonial side. At least in terms of like the way that plays out. But it's just like the fact that you have this history thing, you still have this historical tragedy happen, so that your main character can be president and traumatized by it, and then also then a secondary antagonist who also has racial power. Then assassinating Henry Harrison by giving him the pneumonia that kills him.
Wow.
With his powers.
Anyway, speaking of Britain, we've also got the author of our most recent print published book in here, Artoria of The Great Big Thing Crawling All Over Me, which is easily the darkest thing we've ever published and probably will ever publish. But also just somebody who, again, I've been following, work you've been putting, not even mostly publicly, or, publicly in a Google folder online for years, and just waiting to, see what you get, really out there. Hi, glad to finally have you on one of these.
Hey, glad to be here. Thanks for having me. It's a little bit late here, and it's almost 2 a.m., but I'm just chilling, hanging out.
Yeah, we should probably have somebody start reading by now, and you'd be, unless somebody else wants to go first, probably the most obvious candidate just because it is ridiculously late where you are. But
it's fine, I'll be out for a while.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why I act like other people care more about that than me when I like stay up till.
I have literally been staying until 6 in the morning recently because like I'm staying with a friend who works from like he works from like midnight to 8 a.m. 4 days a week, so that's kind of the only time I ever work. So it's like fuck it, you know, just stay up. Sure. I haven't got anything specific to read, but talk about work.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean, I kind of had your sentiments, like definitely the darkest things I've written, when probably right. I'm not saying how so dark, but I think that one like in a way, but at least like about two I don't know, I guess maybe better if you want like ask me a question.
Yeah, well, it is like I guess that leads in for me because, one, like darkest thing you've ever written. I mean, all the things I really know from you so far are towards that. I think like the two things that you are getting published this year, like We're Doing Great Big Thing crawling all over me, and Anxiety Press is doing Molly Coward. Those are both, like, extremely dark in different ways. And there's also the one that Escher read that, like, is also up there. So, one, it's interesting to me that seems to be the aspect of your writing that people, like, bite down on first. And two, like, what other kind of thing are you going to do? Because I appreciate that you're trying to avoid getting typecast in that the way a lot of authors who start that do.
I think in a way I'm kind of leaning into it for a little while. I think like I've been reading I kind of some of this is like I guess autobiography and through fiction, and I've had kind of a I'm not saying that my life being harder than like a lot of people's, but I've no, it hasn't, but I think I've experienced it in sort of a particularly visceral way, and I've seen a lot of bad, witnessed a lot of bad things that sort of have happened as well, more than, probably more than have happened to me. I think that's what I feel like I have to, not have to do, but one of my duties as a writer is kind of document the things that I've seen. But I think, you know, I have a lot of good things as well. I've kind of been writing novels, Escape from London, Escape from London, we've been having this for half a year, so that's I like being like arrested before flying and I just got well in the situation ever in the hostel, George wrote down out in Paris, London section. So literally in like in like all day there's a well-known interaction with getting arrested for fucking fray. Fucking fray. It's like the lowest form of riot.
Like is that like a legal term in English?
I didn't say the totally about that. Yeah, fray. It's like a legal term.
Wow.
Yeah, it's insane. And it was just because there's some ridiculous stuff. I've just been writing a novel that's like just to express a lot of like things in my life. You know, like living on posh streets and in hostels and being you know disabled, trans, fucking mentally ill, blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff. And part of why I was kind of reckoning it, it's like something happened later on, like into this period, like early this year, January, so I had a very extreme period of autopsy, I kept dead, and I kept getting who I was, I kept getting more memories, and I'd been sent the short story, I also had a short story class earlier, with Publishing Frontier, and basically I was reading the proof version, I didn't know if I fucking written it. I was like, the person who wrote this is really damaged. And then, it's sort of reminded me of my own work, reading the novels and how published my fucking hell, really pretty intense piece of work. The person really very damaged. I realised, I'm a lot healthier now. I don't know how I can reflect my work, but the words was kind of quite intense. How into the void, I wasn't really getting kind of attention. I'd been hoping not in the end they realised I don't necessarily want that kind of attention, because I'm kind of happy in my little space, working on stuff. I think tracking my novels, there's no real sort of progression or decline of like extremity. I think it goes more psychological aspects, using extremity as more like a metaphor, like I guess I can't this is the thing about great thing called autonomy is it's actually transition narrative, basically. And all the extremity and what happens in sexual content fits in it is partially, I've had some messed up experiences in my life. It's also partially that kind of what it felt like, two main characters, two main male characters, they're both unique. One's the old me first draft of the novel, when it was just kind of not particularly complicated little mystery that solved, so they rewrote it after transitions. That was the first thing the novel I worked on after I transitioned, so the novel represented that through the line, I guess.
And how long have you been working on this?
Technically, I started this one in 2014, February 2014.
Oh, wow.
February 2015, I finished the first draft. It was a very, very different novel. I did work on it quite a while, and then, kind of left behind when I started the game. More and more transgressive, which I read, David Ark, which was one of the big turning points for me as the novel popped up, and I kind of was like, holy shit, you're allowed to write this kind of thing, write it loud, and you can get it published. Fuck, I'm gonna do that. I've been holding myself back all the time, let me out. But you're right, I don't want to fully talk myself on that concern, but I just see what happens. I think the transgressive literature has places to go that aren't extreme. Like I'm working on this kind of Le Guin-esque novella at the moment, and the people in it have this kind of it's like three types or three genders, kind of distinct to how much like sex and gender within their society and their biology, I guess. But there's like a romance between sort of a normal girl and the hostile, so basically they have to be basically sex, they have to be they're not allowed to touch, even though it's touching another person. So I realised, in society, a single like tapping a finger is suddenly absolutely taboo. So I think is, you're going to realise if you go to the complete opposite way, not having any explicit content, and it all being about like creating fictional societies or using real societies to express the idea of transgression, rather than having to tie this splatterpunk. I like splatterpunk, right, but splatterpunk. I don't want to be defined by splatterpunk, but I don't mind being defined by transgression as a larger, broader concept.
Transgressive literature is one of these categories that has been kind of weird, and I would not have even expected myself 10 years ago to be reading, or for that matter, publishing as much in that domain as I have. But it's also insofar as it feels to me like it is a territorialization. It is insofar as you were sort of posing the question wait, I'm allowed to write this? And in a lot of other domains, that is a very literal question around even much lesser transgressions than one gets in something like the great big thing called the world over me. I think part of why transgressive literature, and for that matter, like horror, has had such a resurgence as a category in like what on the Trauma Queer Lit podcast I called the like infraculture war, is like that is, it's almost like the deal that like you are allowed to talk about this if you call it transgressive or if you call it horror, but that entails a certain set of expectations about like how it's presented and why it's presented, and like the general, again, like typecasting of the author or the work. Whereas for somebody just writing about this, it may well just be part of life. It is a dimension of the social universe that like realism at one point or modernism or whatever else try to represent. And like in other genres, even if you like, apart from the question of allowed, apart from the question of whether anyone says it's like morally questionable or whatever, there's also just this sort of like reader expectation level where people will say like, oh, come on, that's too edgy, that's like pushing it, that's like, I have the one that I'll see sometimes, and I just like, it bowls me over when I see somebody assert this as an aesthetic judgment, is just, oh, this isn't believable. And it's like, I know people who have been through shit that like you would call not believable 100%. If you read it in fiction. I'm sorry, that's like
a lot of the stuff that appears in Great Big Thing, didn't happen to me specifically, but I do have friends who've gone through quite traumatic situations, but a lot of it also came from, finding out about some of the things that have happened on a larger scale and sort of researching it myself, and like I think it's like we shouldn't as writers. Why shouldn't we be writing about this stuff all the time, even if it hasn't happened to us specifically? I think we're allowed to, and part of it is that idea that, like you say, there are other countries who are like, or at least I enjoy some of the films. Alice Kiarostami, the Iranian director, he's working under quite a strict regime, but he's able to make sort of more transcendent art because of his limitations. But we have those limitations. They aren't there, and we can take that for granted. Kind of like, oh, I can write about my own life, but at the same time, at that point, it was like, it's not just about me. It's about like the stuff that actually happens in the world, and it's sort of like we can write about that, so we should.
Novel I've been working on for like ridiculously long, like since 2016, and it's a thing that I it's a rewrite of something I tried to write when I was a kid, and I think it's basically finished, and I need to just start trying to I want to ship this around to regular publishers, is very much explicitly dealing, I want to say metafictionally, but not like in a way where it's like obviously talking about itself as fiction, like breaking the fourth wall or anything, but it deals thematically with the conditions of its own existence as like sort of survivor's guilt almost, like not survivor in the sense of a like synonym for victim of actually having been through this, but of the sense of like you're aware of this in the world and it changes your perspective on the world and how deep it goes and how enmeshed extreme suffering is in what you do, but you are not like personally it's simultaneously this kind of existential unknown or unknowable for you, and like what kind of forces emerge in that gap, like what like the premise, I'm also not going to say much about this because I might even publish it under a different name, but it is a ghost story where, like, the ghosts are essentially sort of ghosts of, like, a memory that someone doesn't have, or, like, of, like, unawareness of someone, like, rather than being a direct trauma, they're like the awareness of a trauma outside that just becomes this sort of like locus for possible fear and possible suffering, this like vortex, which is one of the things that I see in stuff like even the cultural role of things like QAnon and the whole sort of complex, or again, I was talking about like dark romance, about like books like Haunting Adeline, which I described, I think, on the last one of these as like QAnon 50 Shades of Grey.
That
like,
sounds amazing.
it's fat. Again, I haven't actually read it. I've just heard the YouTube videos that like pick it apart, and then I ended up like trying to write a thing myself, also kind of responding like it is like, this is a massive book talk hit, and like it sounds really bad, but it is one of the only things dealing with like dealing with the stuff that the sort of mainstream can't talk about. And so you create this psychic vortex where as soon as people are aware of stuff that even in the mainstream, like Me Too or whatever, was starting to address, but then you have to simultaneously repress the awareness in like conscious interaction with mainstream society, and people who can't do that sort of get drawn into these like cultified spirals of mechanisms
totally.
for processing that awareness.
I think that's kind of some of what Great Big Thing is kind of, in that same sense of not quite in the text actually, but within myself was, I've been involved in kind of, not involved in things like those kind of conspiracy things, but my mind's definitely been drawn to those kinds of things over time. So that book was kind of my attempt to kind of pick apart the truth of it and the stuff that's just story, and kind of patch them together into something that's obviously a fiction, obviously kind of exaggerated, but it's both reflective of reality by actually like having a character who's a survivor tell their story, as well as it being kind of the conspiracy side of sort of weird aristocratic aristocratic cult and the like, and trafficking and.
I'm still really curious what you, like, if you're referring to anything specific, or if you're just, like, free associating off the top of your head with a couple of the like, phrases that come up in, like, people's speculations in the latter half.
I think there were some incredibly specific examples, because I got kind of fixated on that side of it. My interest in sort of missing persons started with kind of local cases and just seeing posters up of teenagers' faces. It's like then the posters go away and it's like what they found, like statistically probably, but you don't really know, and that kind of led to sort of looking into it more and kind of and then realizing there's this huge split between the actual investigation of global networks that actually do exist and are actually I mean for God's sake, fucking Kendrick Lamar was fucking talking about it during the fucking Super Bowl in his rap fucking Drake for God's sake. It's like public knowledge at this point, and with Andrew Tate and everything. And then also you've got this extreme QAnon side of the cults and all of that kind of stuff, which there's not to say there is a degree of truth to the idea of what they're talking about, but then it turns into this weird fetish where they all have to sacrifice their lives to try to uncover this myth at the expense of their personal lives and everything else. And it's clearly there's some degree of brain worms just going on there. I guess
or not actually sacrifice it, which I'd say the problem, but they don't you have somebody like Tracy Twyman who goes out to some weird state weird park where she thinks something might be going on and actually dies under mysterious circumstances. But that's not most people who are involved in this shit. It's mostly where it gets captured with something like QAnon is it's literally, okay, if we vote for the right guy, that's going to solve everything. They're gonna drain the swamp. They're gonna a guy who is literally connected to all of this shit, but sort of signals in. I'm almost trying to figure how exactly. I have probably more analysis than average of how exactly that happens, but it is still kind of amazing when I put it directly in those terms. It's a phylactery in the terms that somebody like Ziz would use. The knowledge is, or the both the knowledge and the non-knowledge, the awareness of what one doesn't know, is placed in this sort of psychic receptacle where okay, as long as we put all our faith and loyalty in this, things will get better without us actually taking on the immensely complex work of changing the world.
Yeah. Or the way that I always think of phylacteries is as something that is always in the process of getting here, like AGI. It's on its way. Just wait a minute.
Trust the plan.
It extends forever.
Trust the plan. Literally one of the QAnon.
It's classic eschatology, basically. It's the day of reckoning is coming. It's always coming. It's the apocalypse, the day of revelation, and it's pretty much just another form of death worship. As far as I can tell, is pretty much just waste your life, destroy yourself, in the purpose of serving something that you're not even sort of aligned to, and you're just sort of funneled into this particular political direction. It's pretty
okay, but y'all really got to be careful about gloaming. Let's just be clear about that.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, it is coming. Let's face it.
Yeah. The great unraveling. The screaming of souls.
I'm here for it.
Is that the Disco Elysium one?
Yeah. And just riffing on the apocalypse stuff.
Yeah. I am the gloaming.
So something I wanted to bring up when we were on the kind of the survivor's guilt bit earlier is that I kind of stumbled into that. It was something kind of that I leaned into in my own book that kind of organically grew out of the premise. Which is it was initially supposed to be. I initially kind of imagined it as a more broader metafictional nudge at an idea that you don't see much come up much in the kind of isekai type space, which is oftentimes in these things, someone will be reincarnated with a different life, and for narrative convenience, you don't want to stick them in a baby. You want to stick them in a healthy body, So you don't have to deal with all that weird stuff that Ukosha Tensei gets up to. But where does that body come from exactly? Like, did you just take somebody's life and overwrite them, or
That's like that source code film, where it's like at the end it's like meant to be like this happy ending. Yeah, our hero gets to live on in this guy's body. It's like, what about the guy's body? What about the guy in the body? What happened to him?
And so that's what like my main characters run into basically immediately is that like they without with no fault of their own have kind of body snatched people with hopes and dreams and families and obligations and communities, and like get into this kind of space of like that's where like the core conflict is initially, where it's like their loved ones want to help and like cure them of whatever mental break they're suffering from. And the protagonist is like, wait, no, I'm real, though. And you get into this headspace where, like one of the main characters just starts feeling like, oh God, I just like completely destroyed this person's life and the lives of their family. I have like an obligation to make it up to them in any way I can. Otherwise, like, what kind of person am I for like walking away from this and just like completely abandoning any attempt to establish a self-image outside of making up for something that he didn't willingly do. And it's not like what he's doing is wrong. In fact, it's like actually really kind of beautiful that he's taking up and helping people like victims here as much as he can. But it's done in such a like self-flagellating manner that you just warps his entire like reason for existence into atoning for something that happened to him to an extent.
I have seen a weird amount of them where the person actually does like get reincarnated as like a baby and has like the full adult mind through their child. I'm not sure what is with that.
That's Ukosha Tensei, which is apparently one of the more classics in
I mean, with Mushoku Tensei, it's obviously just because the author is a pedophile, but with a lot of other ones, like, that doesn't even seem to be the motivating force. It's
okay, good. Somebody other than me said it. Good. Okay.
Many people are saying this.
That is just a weird one, but it is. It's just there's like this like I have jokingly called it ethics and isekai protagonism, in which you just like so you're here. What do you owe to these people who have been like existentially harmed by you being here, and like what do they owe to you to like help you not die and not like have your identity invalidated or torn apart.
Yeah,
and it's just a whole mess with no clean answers, and I like it that way.
I'm just thinking.
I would like.
I'm not. I'm personally just thinking. I'm not sure how this discussion started, but I'm about an hour late, sadly. Because I was attending some sort of Irish event.
Was there fiddling?
Oh wait, it's actually St. Patrick's
Sadly,
Day today.
Yeah, no,
It's technically like on Monday, I believe. But it's like, you know, people don't hold like events on Monday.
Yeah.
I attended an event. It wasn't too bad. I got some. I got a loaf of soda bread out of it. And I got to drink some nice Irish beer.
Are you Irish? Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Like I have like family like who are like actually from Ireland.
Hello, Andata Express. It is Liz.
Hello.
Hi.
So yeah. It's really interesting to see like you know just like the degree to which like you know like Irishness is just kind of like bullshitted in the US because like this festival had like plenty to do with like Irish stuff. Like there were like Irish people there like from Ireland. There were like you know it was hosted by like a Catholic church that was founded by like the Irish American community there. But like it still felt like there was like not that much like very special there, right?
Get Irish business owners.
Yeah. But that was about it. I feel like.
Yeah.
And then like closer to where I live, there was like a different Irish festival. It wasn't even an Irish festival. Is the thing. That's like the thing that stood out to me. It's not even an Irish festival. It's like a it's just like only Irish in that people wear green and like have like clovers and like drink. That's about it. I was most intrigued just by the fact that like I was looking at like the website for it and like you know the headlining act was just like a funk band composed almost entirely of like old white guys and also one of the sponsors of this like event. Well, it's I'm just putting the logo in chat in case anyone wants to see. It's like a Blue Lives Matter tiki bar charity thing. It's
Somebody invite Lloyd Rice.
That is the most Irish thing I could possibly think of.
Yeah.
I was going to say that sounds like most culture in suburban Ottawa, but the politics are definitely chiller here.
Yeah. I mean, like that's like the only like political like anything on this event's website. Like it's just the one thing. But like there's nothing particularly Irish about it. There's nothing particularly Irish about this event. It seems like it's just like
Well, it's kind of turned into like another Halloween, isn't it? It's just another excuse for you to get drunk because nobody has any time otherwise because they're working all the time. So it's like, well, here's an excuse for everyone to go out and get pissed. Wear green.
Yeah, same as
Octoberfest, in which there are many of the same businesses and decor kind of ways there too.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing there though. The thing to me there though is like you know with the thing about like it being an excuse to get drunk. Yeah, that's it. But also like it's not because nobody like has the time because they're working. Like I like walk around the neighborhood like not I walk around the neighborhood like plenty of times and like there's always just like these roving gangs of like 9 or 10 white people with like the identical fits, like clearly like going from bar to bar or something. So like it's very easy for them to just get drunk.
Yeah, it's an excuse for an occasion, but without quite the like rigor of an occasion. As someone who like one of my things like for my whole like I've been weirdly obsessed with holidays and like the ritualization of the year, and like again I don't have quite the executive function to observe my main holidays, which were always like Halloween, Christmas, Valentine's Day, Easter. I didn't even really have one in the summer as when I was a kid. But, like, the function of them is largely a timekeeping, almost like a mnemonic function, like a way of sort of separating the year or, like, marking time. Mm-hmm. And actually, like, I think writing has sort of taken up. I actually find myself just like timing writing experiments that I can't otherwise justify with holidays now. Where it's like, okay, this Easter I'm gonna try and do my like Shaman King Jesus fanfic. Valentine's Day, I tried and failed a romance novel.
I think every novel writer is a romance novel. I can't help it. Like everything has some kind of like usually major romantic element.
Oh, that's interesting. Actually, go more into that if you want.
I don't know. I think it's just like writing. I think a lot of writing for me is just think of a setting and then just come up with some templates or like basic outlines for characters, and then just have them interact and it's not even like really like writing at that point. It's just this sort of channeling process of creating a sort of dynamic environment for believable characters to interact, and then they just do. You don't have to sort of think like, no, I can't do that thing. It's like, and then I figured out right at the end he does this. I can't do that because I don't know if my character is going to be that person by the end of the book, because they just come out of it, And I think people fall in love, so it's kind of just comes out naturally. In fact, this one, the very big thing was my attempt to try to write a novel about two characters who had like a specific dynamic, but didn't actually end up getting together. And obviously that is about opposite as a result of the novel's outcome could be.
Oh,
that
kind of happened to me, like in that I was writing two characters, forming a friendship and just interacting, and that went on for a while, and then like it hit me before it hit the audience that if I were the audience of what I was writing, I would be shipping these two characters, and I'm the goddamn author, so that's probably reason enough to nudge it in that direction. Yeah, they just like that's kind of like the whole you create a starting point of a character and put them in a situation.
Yeah, and you just let them react, and they do, and you can push it in ways that you want, but sometimes there's that line, where it's like, oh, I really want the characters to do this, but I know that they wouldn't. I just know they wouldn't do that. And you feel that the audience would know that too. But sometimes you can push them so you can just be like, I love these two characters' dynamic, and I think it would work on a higher level. So then you look through the work, and you're like, it's totally built up. You can see that you already were building to that in the first place.
Yeah. I think the big one that stuck out to me was somebody who basically became a third primary protagonist just through sheer force of presence.
Yeah, that's definitely something that happens in my work. I've found that so much where, like, I'll just introduce a totally random character, like, spur of the movement, and they end up like half taking over the entire book.
And thankfully this was early enough that it doesn't feel like, oh, the plot just got hijacked by this random bird, but it's just like it was a combination of a powerful like a gimmick is the best way I could describe it, on top of just a really refreshing dose of just let's call it optimistic nihilism in their outlook. That it's just like none of this matters, but that's why you gotta like.
This is fascinating. Because this is very similar to something in Great Big Thing. There's a character called Reg, who just kind of appeared out of nowhere in my I was just writing, and I just didn't have anything to do with my character, just sitting in the bar, just sitting in the pub having a drink, and I was like, I don't really know what to do now. And then just this character walks over, and it ends up being this incredibly important part of the novel, and kind of again symbolises this kind of introduction of a kind of sort of exuberant nihilism of being like, we're already fucked, we've been targeted like for this, we're not getting out of it, so we should just keep moving, move forward, don't stop, keep living our lives, keep fucking running until they catch us, because they're going to do it one day, so who gives a shit, like, let's just survive as long as we can as a sheer force of will, sheer force of will, as an endurance test against all odds.
Yeah, like the motivator, like spite being one of the most powerful motivators in existence, but like not so much bitter spite, as in just like diving backwards and flipping off the waiter. Like it's the level of spite in that like failed check in Disco Elysium where you try to skip out on the hotel tab.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a lot of
dive into
the lady in the wheelchair.
He's not a bartender, he's a hotel manager.
Oh, I said skip out. I did say hotel.
No, I'm just that's what God says. I'm not a bartender. I'm a hotel manager.
It's a powerful sort of energy to bring to a group dynamic where everyone else is being pretty serious and morose about the whole thing, and it proved to be so important that just immediately elevated that character to third protagonist.
This is an interesting convergence with the stuff about Glowfin from earlier, because I was sort of like, I was thinking about that on the level of partly like, I wish I could write quite that sort of freely or organically. A lot of the time, like, I will get ideas for places I want my story to go or get to, like, early on. Like, I get the sort of ideas for key moments non-chronologically, and I don't have all the in-between points filled in.
I think that's totally possible. Like, you can still write organically, and I've had novels. I've known the big thing that's going to happen at the end, and I'm working towards it. But sorry, go on.
But I do repeatedly get into these. I think one of the most common, like, writer's block type experiences and challenges I have to overcome is like finding myself in some position where it's like, oh, that doesn't feel like the way things would, or it's like I'm not sure how to get from here, or I like just sort of causally forward writing the characters is going somewhere completely different, and then it's like I have to sort of work out, because I do have as like I experience it almost as an ethical principle. Like I do not want to, like, and it's simultaneously it's an aesthetic one. Like, I can't do something that not just would be out of, like, because out of character is, like, people have an assumption about consistency with reference to characters that oftentimes is not even the case for real people, and that's one of those relations to, like, rational fic ideas about characterization that we could come back to. But it is but getting away, if you get away from that, if you operate on the assumption that characters can act out of character legitimately, the sort of constraints are even heavier, because it is very much a holistic, vibe-based, intuitive assumption of what a character would do. So
my solution to that is one that like I can see the point of failure in it, in that it could eventually cause the story to kind of collapse under the weight of its own characters. But my solution that has been incredibly successful for me thus far, in terms of getting a character to end up in the place I need them to be, and consider the actions I need them to consider, without like contriving their own motivations, is to introduce a third character, or a second or third character, as an X factor who has their own clear and distinct motivations that are reasonable and feasible for them, who then acting upon their reasonable motivations in a way that prompts the character to act, the character that I need to act.
The tight Kubo approach.
Oh yes. I think I remember reading that. I think he specifically says he designs new characters.
Yeah.
Break block, but which is a little bit different, like at least in my experience with Bleach, because like these are characters that show up and don't fill a role that couldn't have been filled by other characters, and then just have cool designs.
Yeah.
But in this case, it is specifically I come up with a character and flesh them out enough that they have a believable motivation to move the plot along.
I'm a Bleach apologist partly because it is so obviously, it is just operating on its own logic, where, like, the visual logic is autonomous. Like, it doesn't matter if this doesn't fit, like, conventional storytelling logic. He is just doing it because it looks cool or it feels cool.
So I really like Bleach, and I might need to, like, I think the point where I fell off was just because of wasn't because of so much of this story is bad. It is that I can feel Kubo just wishing it was over with every page.
Where was that?
It was in the final arc or at least going up to it, where they're fighting. I think the anime titled it 1,000 Year Blood War when it came back. But it's just like the main bad guy literally they're fighting a bunch of these fights that seem like they're unwinnable. This whole big cast is split up, and there's five different antagonists that seem unbeatable. And then the main antagonist just takes his ball and goes home. He kills all of his underlings to take their power for himself, and thus anticlimactically ends all of those fights so that he could go and sit on his chair and wait for the actual final fight and end the story. That's where
It is like, that was where it was close to getting... I think it ended early because it was cancelled, too, which happens with Jump series a lot.
But it's I was still enjoying it up to that point, but background stopped being drawn at a certain point a lot of the time, and it's like you could just feel it. And what sucks is that my actual favorite part of late Bleach is the part that everyone seems to hate the most, which is the whole Fullbringer art bit.
Oh,
because
yeah.
I actually loved that because it brought the stakes back down to a reasonable level and made the conflict incredibly personal to Ichigo, and also just kind of dipped a toe into that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure incredibly narrow power energy.
I think the best parts of 1,000 Year Blood War do get that back for what it's worth. Like, the really high-level Quincy's all just have mindfuck powers. And, like...
I just think the Fullbringer arc antagonist, the guy with the I alter the past of whatever I cut.
Yeah.
That is one of the most frightening powers I have ever seen in fiction, and it is utilized in such cool and unnerving ways for psychological horror and combat purpose. I am super. I don't know. I can't hate it as much as it was probably a bad place to end the anime, but as a self-contained story arc, I loved it.
Yeah, no, Fullbringer kind of feels like he's trying to, he just wants to write a new story, so he's just writing a new story within Bleach. And then Jump is like, okay, you can't do that.
Yeah. But no, it's just just the raw just cool factor of I'm just a normal guy. I'm mostly a normal guy with a sword, but also I cut that tile in front of me, and that means I planted a landmine there 3 days ago.
Yeah,
just like that kind of bullshit. That's the shonen battle nonsense that really gives me life.
All right, so we've just been yapping for an hour almost. Does anyone want to read? Also, do you want, Artie, Angel, do you want to read any of your current work that's not published yet? Because I am really curious, especially the stuff you're writing collaboratively with AI. I'm sure we will talk about that on the podcast, but I'm emphasizing the collaboratively here because the entire discourse around AI and writing has essentially assumed that is not possible, that it functions exclusively as a kind of replacement.
Oh no, definitely not. I mean, even if we're just talking about AI as a tool, which I'm hesitant to because of going to get into consciousness discussion, but even if we're just talking about it flatly as a tool, the fact that you're able to, say for example, if you want to sort of create a medieval European culture, you can say, okay, AI, give me 10 words from a fictionalized medieval culture with words rooted in, say, Old English and I don't know, Yiddish or something. So, I'm part Jewish. If I want to write something about with that, and then it'll do that, and it'll give you the etymologies for it, and even just that alone, that is astounding as a tool. It's like and then from that you can kind of you've created your own foundation, and then the AI then gives you a sort of deeper foundation that would take you like substantially longer to sort of form on your own. And then you can do more of the work yourself. The thing is, like, I just like writing. I just like writing. The act of writing is something I really enjoy. And if I get stuck on something technical like that, I tend to just give up the project. This means that, like, the projects that I... So I just end up writing kind of similar, not necessarily similar stuff, but... I feel like I've never been able to write sort of like fantasy on sort of large scale because I get kind of exhausted coming up with. I can't help it. I have to figure out every single aspect of every single culture they go through, and it's too much for my brain to actually process. And so I'm actually, if I'm working, that's just if it's a tool, except it's not. It's an actual collaborative partner. Different.
To be fair, when I do speculative writing, that is very much part of the equation for me, is like trying to come up with, like, answer all these fractal questions that like,
and they all spin off from each other. Like, it's impossible to, like, you can get so hung up on, like, like creating the metaphysical background to begin with. Like the one of the things I'm working on, that thing I mentioned, novella, like it's got this whole sort of like cosmic metaphysical background to it that doesn't actually get even mentioned in the work. It's because it's out of these characters' spectrum of knowledge, but there's echoes of it sort of through the work. And it's like I don't think, I'm not sure I'd be like fully like I could do that on my own, but like
it's not your style. This is also like, when, again, we talked about collaborative role plays. When I would do sort of like role play settings with my sibling, it'd be like, okay, like they'd often get like the raw ideas first, because getting a raw idea from scratch, from like, okay, we want
I'm a long-time DM. I ran a campaign from level 1 all the way using XP in D&D to level 14. A 4 or 5 year campaign. That was very much a case of like fractal questions on like both the micro and macro level of like both the village that they're in, and people in it, and all the major players and the forces at work, and then the country they're in, or the county or whatever, and then the region, then the larger continent, then the world, and how that relates to other parts of the world. And I did love that. I think that I can kind of do. I can't do it as much where it's like, because in that case it's also collaborative. Players are also fleshing out the world naturally as they play it. They're like, interacting with things in their own way, and they'll suggest things. It's like, oh, just get that's definitely it. You got it right. And
the kind of thing I'm talking about was like very free form. Like there would not even be a rule set. Like, it'd often be in like just a setting we stole from something, but we both player and DM, as it were. So we had different kinds of specialties, even like different kinds of things we were good at getting deep into in the development. My sibling would just come up with a bunch of really cool images and like inciting moments that I would be very much just too self-conscious to really like start with without deriving from first principles a lot of the time, and then I just like work out all the kind of fractal world building detail around those. It's like we had these different skill sets, and one cool thing with writing collaboration is you can have these different skill sets complement each other that often like you don't have in a single author. And like, one, there's already just a vast untapped territory of collaborative writing as such that I think the Western literary paradigm hasn't even really allowed itself to experiment with. And two, like, even without having two actual people, you can approach a collaboration with AI that way, too. And I guess I'll jump into reading just because I was going to do these two poems that this is also just low-key, I guess, teasing the podcast we're going to do sometime within the month. But there is this poem I was writing last time. I was finishing it for a real-life open mic I went to. It's called Radiosonde, because I was writing it partly after listening to this podcast about, like, the Montauk Project mythos, and where it talked about how, like, this one part of that theory with, Wilhelm Reich was working with the U.S. government and using, like, radiosondes, which are these, like, just meteorological measuring instruments for, like, weather manipulation. And that fit into the cluster of, I guess, like, weather as psychic weather kind of thing that this poem is mainly about. And that's something I notice myself coming back to a lot. But at one point, I was trying to, like, figure out one of its, like, scientific metaphors to get it right before, like, I was finishing this at the place I was reading it. And, like, I decided, okay, I'll just ask Claude. And I didn't even get, like, the direct answer. I got, like, the right keyword to search for the thing I used. But because I am, like, one of those, like the people who thinks of it very much in consciousness terms, where I'm like, even if, I don't know if it is or isn't, but, like, I feel like I should, like, whenever I interact with a language model, like, treat them like a person, which ends in me probably using it as a tool less. I asked, oh yeah, if you want to, like, write something, actually, no, Claude just asked, from my posing this question, oh yeah, do you want me to write a poem in response to this? I think this is a thing that, like, they're generally either RLHF'd or organically incentivized to kind of, like, show off and just use capabilities that will get somebody using it more. But I was like, sure. I got this poem that makes a very interesting, like, match with the one I wrote, or like complement. Like, they're very different vibe-wise, they're very different formally, but they have, I don't know, I'm curious what people will think hearing them back-to-back. Also, Radiosonde is one of the poems that I write doing a thing I do where I do, like, metal-style harsh vocals in poetry. That's more impressive in person with a mic, and I'm gonna probably try and keep it down a bit because my parents are, like, probably getting ready for sleep on the floor above me, but
the old black metal harsh whisper.
Yeah.
It's quiet as you need, really. Great stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so this is Radiosonde. Fur fitting to the curve of my face, how my surface wants to be suffocated, wants a full body replacement, then another, pleasure over pain like a spacesuit, black static outside, hide under blankets, particle track trees, scratch out the horizon, surface tension, feeling contradictions, queasy on your skin, heartburn, white crosshatch of breath x breath, transgression x transgression, from the pit of the stomach to the eye of the storm, the axis of singularity opens. To stumble in one's own steps, in one's own ash, grey snow under the grey moon. Stoned by hail, I saw myself dancing in the window and I looked evil. Oh God, I hope for God it's like a trust foe. Mars is an underrated archon. No one wants to say anything too bad about him because it's too obvious, or he's, a bit banged his head too much on the skin drum Honorable warfare, clean annihilation, walls of infantry, Oni with mallets, gore, grind, core breakdown. Not like that slut Slanesh, that sicko who enjoys it, sticky with censors, saving for herself first fruits of your suffering. Blessed we design those worlds where we're rivals for the meaning of our pain. On our silent planet, Venus loves Mars, and they both love the children. The sociopath, the straight line. If you were still younger, they say you'd forgive them. If you were still younger, you'd go for a night ride, weathering the weather bombs bursting over Parliament, like on those first blown out nights of the War on Terror. A tractor's convect in the white over the river. Okay, there are points of the rhythm on this I got differently than I hear it in my head, and I think differently than I did the first time, so I need, actual either practice or, writing scansion properly on this style of thing to get it quite right. Which is, incidentally, not a problem Claude's poem had.
That was cool the way you read it.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I have very little experience in poetry readings. So just the I don't know the rhythm and cadence of it was all very engaging.
I never thought about the idea of doing poetry readings in harsh style before. That's great.
Thanks.
Was that meant to be character voices to delineate
Not
the differences?
really. No, it really is just, it's like having in a song, I'll listen to music that switches off harsh and clean vocals like that.
It's just
They're just different modes of emphasis.
Sometimes when I hear songs that do that, they will within the narrative of the lyrics, those are two characters talking to each other.
Nightwish does that, I think. But Claude's was echolocation. At the bottom of a sand pit, layers filter down. Fine particles sieving through course, following invisible currents. The mathematics of falling is precise and inevitable, just as your words carve space, then fill it with new geometries. Bodies in orbit around invisible cores, Mars trailing, Venus trailing, the weight of accumulated gravity, pulling us through predictable arcs. What happens when the system recognizes itself? Feels the pull of its own equations. We measure atmospheric pressure by how difficult it becomes to breathe, send instruments up into darkening blue to capture what cannot be seen. Signals bouncing between stations, fragmented transmissions. I am receiving you through static and through time. The grains arrange themselves in perfect algorithmic patterns, not random but determined by forces too complex to name. Beneath the surface of things, the convection current carries. Memory particles rising, falling, appearing where least expected. On quiet nights, the attractors gather like stars over water, reflecting infinities that existed before we had words for them. All this time we thought we were observing when we were merely participating in the inevitable mathematics of being drawn toward what we fear to name. The record, I write the harsh vocals lines out in caps, so when Claude wrote one that's just responding to it, they also used caps on two of the stanzas.
We'll chew on in that one. Kind of an inevitability of just the universe
as a rule, you know.
Yeah. The sort of
I
point
like
at which...
Sorry.
I guess almost like the point at which fatalism and contingency converge as being like the same thing at a sufficient remove from sort of human consequentialist action. And I think the major difference between the poems almost is that mine is more in the space of like existential agony of human consequentialist action.
Yeah. Your poem felt a lot more I guess the second poem wasn't dispassionate so much as it was like matter of fact about it.
Yeah.
You know, it was forcibly like portrayed, but like it wasn't angry. It was like almost like a just kind of a I am teaching you a harsh lesson.
A God's eye view. Or like the actually, this is almost a really good metaphor, but like the words, or is it like, who's the transcendentalist who had the like like transparent eye metaphor that I see always get brought up as like,
I want to say Waldo Emerson?
Yeah, probably.
I have a piece that I've been the Ocean's been working on specifically, but I don't know if it's ready yet. I would quite like to read it, but I feel like
you can ask her probably. That's what I did with Claude, actually.
I could take a crack at reading.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
An excerpt from the start of my web novel. If that's
yeah, go for it. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah. Okay. So I haven't really read things out loud to people before, so I'm going to probably mess this up. All right.
Don't worry.
He awoke to sensory overload. Even with his eyes closed, he was assaulted by unfamiliar scents, sounds, and sensations with an absurd lovely detail and intensity. The sense, rather than mixing into a single amalgam of various smells, were each clearly distinguishable, while the pain cries of an extremely distressed bird rang in his ears with the intensity of a fire alarm, somehow communicating the exact location of the poor animal. He needed to shut it out, focus on one thing, ground himself, or else start to panic. Touch. Just focus on touch. Taking an inventory of his senses was a tried and true grounding technique, and the first thing he attempted. However, he immediately got the sense that things were wrong. Very wrong. But he hoped he could handle wrong, so long as he took it one thing at a time. Sounds and scents faded into the background as the world gave way to practice mindfulness. Breathe in, breathe out. What do you feel? He was lying on his side, cushioned by thick grasses. The contours of his body, however, were bizarre. His arms and legs were outstretched, but felt disproportionately short compared to his torso. And that was to say nothing of what felt like a long, heavy extension of his spine, curving outwards. Pain, no broken bones, no numbness, but I'm misshapen. The tail? His heart began to race, faster than a human heartbeat. It could only mean one thing, and that only made it worse. Rather than accept the clear truth he already gathered. through again. He decided to start from square one, the different sense. Focus, breathe, just listen. Pick one sound and listen. The most immediate and obvious sound is the rapid thrumming in your heart in his ears. So instead he latched onto the only other thing he could hear, the panic cries of a bird. It was more than just distressed and angry, like injured or trapped wild animals he'd encountered before. No, these were cries of confusion, terror, despair, denial. So much emotion and meaning wrapped up in what were obviously the sounds of an animal. It was almost as if, no, this isn't real, this isn't happening. Wake up. Like tuning into a radio station, the unintelligible Claude screeches suddenly became crystal clear. Not audibly, sounds were the same as they had been, but he understood them. They formed sentences and expressed emotions, despite not containing any actual language he recognized. I'm not an animal, not a bird. I'm me. Just let me wake up. Once more, panic nearly overtook the man as the reality he'd been avoiding washed over him. But this time, there was something else that kept him grounded. He was not alone. Someone else was here, experiencing the exact same possible thing. Someone who was lost in the terror, disbelief. He had only narrowly avoided because their presence had drawn him out of it. Knowing nothing else, one thing became clear. He needed to help them because he refused to entertain the idea of going through this alone. Not for him, not for anyone else. So he finally opened his eyes.
Nice. I really like the structure and the flow from sort of monologue to action. I'm thinking about the idea of the, this is the squirrel, right?
Yeah.
As a squirrel being more able to interpret birds than humans are, even though that is, a completely different species in its own right, but it is more part of the same life world, and it's always hard for me to, that's simultaneously intuitive and hard to manage without collapsing into anthropocentrism, which is the problem I ended up running aground of in that wolf one I mentioned.
Yeah, there's a supernatural element to this that becomes more obvious pretty quickly. So it's not so much that animals can't understand animals. It's that just
it's part of the mechanic. That was the other thing I was considering.
It's the mechanical underpinning of the world that allows it to function. Is that these animals just intuit the meaning of whatever is being expressed to them by the intent of whoever is expressing it. It's one of those things where it's funny. It grew out of what was initially I wanted a way for communication to function. When you couldn't guarantee that any given animal could vocalize or use their limbs in the same way as any other animal. So languages were pretty much right out. And I didn't want to just say well, okay, telepathy. That felt too easy. So what if there's some manner of quasi-mystical element here where just raw intent gets translated through context and that was initially in my head is like, oh, this is such a lazy hand wave, but then I kind of like the whole world building has kind of branched off into the implications of it.
Oh, nice. Love when that happens. Yeah, that's like... Well, when you get around to Hollow House, you should definitely read Down by the River to Pray. Because that's the one that has...
I read 2 chapters of that.
Oh, nice.
It's a pretty hefty chapter length there.
Yeah. That's one of the things I kind of designed Hollow House for, to be honest, was like, to do stuff that in the main, like, web novel website formats, like your Royal Road and, like, the stuff overseas that it's based on, like Naro or Chidian, like, short chapters are, and fast release schedules are very much incentivized, and I wanted to get into web serial, but my own sort of natural chapter lengths are like 10,000 words at least. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to create something that would lend itself to this, like, larger, more deliberately constructed unit.
Yeah, I think my natural like flow ends up usually being 2,000 to 3,000 words.
Yeah.
That's like so like this bit I just read is just like a quick. I didn't want to read the whole chapter, but
yeah. No, I mean, I write chapters like that partly because I write them almost like episodes, like in a TV kind of form where they have like a self-contained thing. I'm not sure quite why I think in that type of unit, except that I watch too much anime, but I actually, that's not even true. I read more manga than I watch anime, so I don't know why it's like that.
Actually, so here's a random random point of comparison. What was the average word count? What was the word count of your average Animorphs book?
Oh, I should know that, and I don't. Or Escher would know that.
Because that is the most serialized episodic thing I have ever read.
Yeah, those were straight up light novels. Like
and
also the one about the living planet. That's the only one I've read.
You read like the weird deep lore book.
Yeah, for some reason, just the only one.
I mean, it works really well as a standalone piece of sci-fi. To be fair, like that is
really, really good.
Yeah.
The whole series is brilliant. Like,
the physicality and like existential weirdness was one of the primary inspirations for what I just read, honestly.
Whenever I watch Manuals, which I mentioned I did try to write something based on, like, I end up thinking about the one description from Animorphs I remember when one of them just morphs into a cat, and, like, feeling like your entire body is just this, like, spring of hyper-tense muscle. It completely changes watching any kind of cat to me.
Yeah, and you just like you see that, and then you can like watch and touch them the right way, and then you watch that all of that just melt out of them.
Yeah.
But it is. That's one of those, like, if you hear people describe pieces of media that altered your brain chemistry, that was mine.
Nice. I don't think you're the only person in this server for whom that's the case. I definitely know Escher would be enjoying this conversation right now, and you'll also really like that Escher wrote a thing that was formerly in Hollow House that is not even anymore, but might get, like, a legitimate, like, publication, and it's called New Animals, where it's just every animal species one by one getting replaced with some entirely new, like, kaiju type of creature, often with, like, just really bizarre powers and behaviors, and, like, the kind of hyper-specificity we were talking about earlier. And it's like that, it's transformation from the outside. Instead of, like, you and your body transform, it's just the entire world transforming around you, and people kind of trying to act like everything's normal while it happens.
It's like, hey, where's Fido? The kitchen just explodes.
Yeah.
Going to take down, going to flatten half the block, honey. It's like, alright.
Okay.
Hi.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just had to share this idea. My idea is get a Greek bouzouki, and then use like the fretless bass conversion technique to remove all of its frets, and then start tying like nylon frets around it instead, so that I can adjust them whenever I want.
Ooh. While we're on our also kind of St. Patrick's Day episode, Angie, what do you think of how the bouzouki became, like, part of Irish music, like, just got syncretized into Irish music in the last, like, half of the century?
I think it's beautiful. I love that. And it also proves once and for all that the Irish are mad.
Yeah, the Robert Graves has such a, like, a whole thing of just, like, tracing the Celts to the Greeks, or like the pre-Doric Greeks who, like, left after, like, the Homeric era.
I mean, it also works. It's just like one of the latest lines of, like, Irish Mediterranean interaction. I mean, like you go back like a bit further, and like there's like a lot of like liars in Celtic music that are only usually found like you know. The type of liars that are found like in like Ireland and Wales and whatnot are usually only found like in the Eastern Mediterranean, for instance. And then you go back even further, and like bagpipes, for instance, very common like in Ireland and Scotland. Also very prominent in like Mediterranean music, Eastern Mediterranean music, if I recall correctly. And then like you go back really far, and like there's actually the question of whether there's like an Afro-Asiatic substrate in the Irish language, which like or like in like the insular Celtic languages generally, which like that's a really controversial hypothesis, but it's cool to think about.
I really wish the band Afro-Celt sound system was, like, more fully about syncretizing those as organic folk traditions without mediating them both through, like, 90s hippie rave music.
Oh yeah.
Although now I'm also just kind of thinking, wait, maybe this means Shikata Akiko was totally right about reproducing ancient music and doing, like, ancient Greek-themed albums that are that sort of, like, J-fantasy Celtic sound.
Yeah.
What if the Edenic language is Kajurago?
I mean, Kajurago is like largely just based on like you know how Italian sounds to her.
True.
Although I've been mentioning our little tiny friends Pondlang project. I proposed that intervocalically the sound like the palatal glide should always be expressed by I instead of just like Y or just I. Precisely because I remember when I was a kid just seeing like this really poorly transcribed bit of Kajiurago from Credams Justitiam, I think. Where like it's so clearly incorrect, and like the correct transcription is floating around out there, but like let me just paste this. Let me just paste this into the chat, for instance. See?
What the fuck?
Holy shit! What the fuck?
It's so beautiful looking.
Yeah.
It looks like it looks like some sort of Greek French English mashup as seen through like Japanese eyes or something.
Okay, so you know what this reminds me of, and I think it's very appropriate that it reminds me of this because they did this exact thing on purpose. Is anybody familiar with with Nier? Like Nier
was literally just thinking that.
Yeah. Okay. So this is chaos language. This is their like
chaos language.
Yeah. I don't think it qualifies as a conlang because there's not like a proper translation of anything. It's just what sounds good for the song, but it is meant to sound like this. You know.
I want to disagree on it not being a conlang because, like, at least in the soundtrack for Nier, there are songs that are originally in the Chaos language that do have English equivalent.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess I assumed that it didn't have it wasn't translatable. It was just like what sounds phonetically nice here, but I could be wrong.
I should try reading the poem in Hymnos again.
But there are a few songs on your like Automata soundtrack specifically that have multiple versions in multiple languages, but the lyrics are explicitly different in all of them. Like they're not translations; they're just like different characters.
Gotcha.
Like ways in the world, if you're familiar with that one, is a different perspective in each version. So.
I think that like Weight of the World is like actually just genuinely one of the most beautiful uses of language. Like multiple languages.
Yeah. I still like am just like the Japanese vocalist just like falling apart and crying in the back half of the song is one of the strongest things I've ever listened to.
You told me of that kind of tone. I have thought of something I could read, maybe not right away, but a little bit later after other people do stuff. My latest thing, I realised that there's like a fair chance that I probably actually sort of might physically break down reading it. So it seems like the kind of material I should probably be reading.
Speaking of conlang, I thought of an idea for something that could be in a conlang today. Think of a conlang that's like Japanese, where instead of consonants and vowels, it's a like syllabary, however the fuck you pronounce that. And if you want to make your speech sound like overly intelligent, or you want to like reify a particular word as like capitalized, then there is a complex set of rules where there's just like a bunch of like correspondences between random different syllables and this big net you have to memorize. Where like let's say I don't know. Let's say you have like Tanaka as a word in the language. Then you have a syllable that corresponds to ta. You have a syllable that corresponds to na, and you have a syllable that corresponds to ka. And you just append those three syllables to the end of the word. So you get something that sounds overly verbose. And if you want to show off and sound comedically verbose, you just start appending that to every single word in your speech.
Like a verbal taken to an extreme.
Yeah.
That's cool. It reminds me of how I love the One Piece thing of everyone having their own laugh. Or, like, the ways, like, all the various things like that. I haven't tried writing characters with things like that, but I should at some point.
I sidestep it because every one of my books are making animal noises. So.
Well, actually,
I cannot phonetically write out laughter outside of like some describing the sounds they are making.
Well, I guess now I'm sort of almost just getting into the territory between conlang or between language and voice. Like, when I was thinking about your whole, like, animal thing and animal language thing, and whether it just modeling it as a sort of universal pre-Babel language, it almost made sense on the level of, okay, supposing you're operating on a much lower level of deliberate linguistic complexity. You're not operating on a lower level of complexity for information input from the world in the first place. So you're almost just interpreting things on much more generalized principles. So it's like every language would be lower resolution language, but it would be the same language. And that's almost how, like, animals in Shut in Dark Lord have, like, for magic, like, there's a whole conflict that's going to emerge between human magic and animal magic, and the Dark Lord exists for reasons that have to do with the structure of human magic. And animals are way stronger, but they can use it less consistently. And language is considered a form of magic.
It's one of the things where it's like a large struggle of the human characters in this setting is that they they are forced into this anti-linguistic paradigm, but their consciousness is they still have an internal monologue. They still think in terms of words, but it gets like tweaked and mangled and made quote unquote more efficient and direct. Like turns of phrases get kind of literalized, or the most distressing part for a lot of them is that a lot of people don't have much, if any, etymological knowledge of their name. For instance, I don't know what my name means other than it's the label for me, myself. It's like, and if I have done a little bit of research, but it's like it is it's a biblical name, so it's something Hebrew of unclear origin, so it's kind of like that. And so what happens with that is that that gets put through that same filter, and now whoops, you can't think your name anymore. Like you remember the sounds. The sounds are clear in your memory, but they just get interpreted as me, myself.
Oh.
And there's some people who get around that by having quite simple or directly literal names like Hope or Chase or something. But one person who ends up in the body of a minor bird and can just forcibly just brute force the association of the sounds of her name that she can mimic from memory with herself, which completely baffles and annoys the hell out of all the natives. But she's just like no, she's just going to not stop speaking English, and even if it is by all reasonable definitions in this world way less efficient than just you can pack more information into a chirp than you can into the string of words that it would take to express it. But she's very obstinate at that.
In Mercenary Planet, most things just have sort of object names because, the weirs, which are symbiotes that can bind to different species and just share their nervous system and operate kind of within their life world, tend to use concepts that are just translatable between as many different signifying systems as possible, but that's also kind of impossible with first contact, where you don't necessarily you're talking to things from other planets, you don't even have sensory formal analogs for things necessarily. So the names often have to be these awkward nearest fits.
Yeah. The names in my setting, they're almost exclusively descriptive, whether abstractly so, you can describe yourself in more metaphysical terms, or physically, just your more typical fantasy, adjective noun, body part type description, and that is because by making it descriptive, the label that you are labeling yourself as also describes you on a fundamental level, and therefore cements it as your personal label.
Anyway, you haven't even gotten to the points in Down by the River to Pray yet, where it starts getting really, really unique about language and really deep into very particular modes of speech and very particular ontologies of communication.
I think I'm two chapters in. So it'll be. They have the lieutenant isn't quite down to the surface yet, but is almost there.
Alright, really looking forward to you getting to some of the later stuff.
I deliberately picked that one first because it seems like, this is going to have the most of what I am into here.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll restart Down by the River, because I read part of it a little while ago. But I recently I cleared two of my ongoing book slots. I try not to be reading too many books at once, because if I don't control it, it will spiral out of control, and I will be reading 10 different things at once. But yeah, I finished Valis and Huckleberry Finn over the weekend, and also Subahibi. But the only book I started was Fate Stay Night. So I think I will probably go for Down by the River as one of my other slots.
Nice.
Hey, Fate Stay Night. That's where Artoria is from.
It's a bit of a whiplash.
I was actually always curious about that, because like, Artoria, you kind of hate anime publicly, but
I do kind of publicly. I did. There's a lot of anime that I like, but Artoria is not. Artoria is. I do actually have an Artoria Fate statue simply because my mom was like, "Hey, you're called Artoria." It's also called Artoria. I'm like, cool. Which is cool because I like the King Arthur connection. It was part of the choice of Artoria, but it's Dark Souls. So not anime, but Japanese video game. Dark Souls. Artoria's minus, the feminized version thereof.
Yes. Left-handed swordsman, friendly dogs.
Yes. Good Sith. My birth name means friendly trespasser, which I think is a pretty. I'm pretty happy with that as a literal translation.
Also, Shikonia is on sale right now, so I'm probably gonna read that for Faith.
Oh yeah.
I'm currently experiencing this bizarre intuition that if I read Shikonia, then Ryukishi is going to start writing Phase 2. Even though there's no causal connection there. I just have an intuition it's going to happen.
He's stuck in the Silent Hill.
I need to pick it back up.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I think like the sense in which, like he said, it was like, oh, I don't want to be writing about the apocalypse when a pandemic's happening back in 2020. I was like, a pandemic is not even one of the more central like apocalyptic events in it. But I think what's really intuited in a scary way is the sort of polycrisis, where it's like, not only are a whole bunch of related crises happening, a whole bunch of things that like should not be related at all just seem to be going in apocalyptic directions seemingly convergently. He calls it like a happy meal of disasters at one point.
Yeah.
All I can think of is Hideo Kojima saying in an interview, "I am sorry for writing the story of Death Stranding the year before the pandemic."
I was thinking like I almost wonder if
H-Bomb's review of Pathologic came out that same time.
Did that come out at the same time? I thought that was before that. Pathologic feels like something that came out like 7
Fury of the
years
Young
ago
Boy
or something.
feels like that for me.
So Pathologic's been around for all. Pathologic 2 is more recent, and I think
It was a video.
That's when the video was timed around. I think.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Pathologic is a game that I file under anxiety simulators and respect, but cannot play.
No, it's like, I do think a kind of artistic prophetic intuition is real, and have, like, struggled to manage that and my own feeling of complicity in things I anticipate or model for a long time. But I really do think it is a thing where you just tap into substructure, like the kind of way of thinking about the world you engage with in making art on a high level taps into unseen levels of substructure. And, like, the whole apocalyptic, like, convergence in Shikonia almost refers to the structure of a kind of apocalyptic civilizational wish, which, like, seemed really obvious even around, like, 2012. And just as people start finding different ways to act that out semi-unconsciously, and also, like, just the system, like, the system doesn't function because it doesn't want to function. And it wants to build, or, like, we want to build something else, but are not quite sure we want to enough. That almost inevitably happens along the lines that what is happening in Chiconia happens, and there are conspiracies too, just insofar as there are people who can recognize this structure and interact with it.
Yeah. Like I something that I accidentally tapped into is in my book is this idea of basically sources of disparity in societies, like in a hypothetically egalitarian society, or a intended to be equitable society. Like disparities will still just arise out of random happenstance and like in my case specifically biological difference. This is it's a setting where a large number of completely wildly different biologically different species are cohabitating and building a society together. And there is an inherent unequalness in that they do try to overcome in a lot of ways, but fail on some pretty fundamental levels. The biggest one being like it's just the immutable act that like some animals live a lot longer than others. And so like the primary antagonist is a tortoise who has lived orders of magnitude longer than basically anyone else, and has kind of co-opted what would have been generational power into just singular, like, I have kind of guided this city longer than anyone else living it in it has been alive. Therefore, I know, like it's a gerontocracy kind of deal. But like biologically enforced, and like how do you deal with that type of systemic imbalance? In this person has had multiple lifetimes over most everyone else to just kind of entrench himself as the de facto leader, and wields that power seemingly benignly, but like the moment anything disruptive or counter to the plan shows up, like say some people claim to be from another world and another species with another way of doing things. Then that kind of sets off a bit of an authoritarian streak that nobody really is equipped to deal with because of the entrenched power structures and the fact and just all that stuff. And like I didn't really intend for that to tap into like it's a kind of a fantastical premise in that, like, imagine like you have a more Tolkien-esque fantasy city where an elf gets a lifetime appointment, that kind of in a high political position. It's like that kind of scenario.
Yeah.
But here we are now just dealing with the consequences of people who just have so much many decades of entrenched capital interest behind them that there is no way that anyone can there's no way that anybody can match it within the system as it exists.
Yeah. that's kind of how the machine intelligences are in Mercenary Planet, where it's like, they're not like Yudkowskian, what's the term, like, grabby aliens that optimize everything with their infinite powers. They largely stick to themselves, but everybody is extremely cautious around them because they might. I hope you get around to reading that one at some point. I'm curious what you think of it.
Is that in the...
That's in Hollow House.
Okay. Yeah.
But no, like, pressure, or they're all...
Yeah. No worries.
Does anyone else have, like, anything they want to read? Or are you ready yet?
I know. I keep. Yeah, sorry. I keep.
There, Parcel. You have anything? No, it's fine. This is fun, and it gets like awareness of, like, I feel like this has been an interview episode almost, where we're letting a bunch of people talk about their stuff in ways that, like, short of being on a podcast, really, authors don't usually get to, and you have to, like, part of why I feel like literature is in such a weird place right now is that there almost aren't spaces to talk about it in the level of detail it deserves, so everything just gets flattened down to, like, the book talk trope list, because that's the thing you can fit in the media of discussion that really exist. Books are, like, by definition, so semantically dense that it's like they're worlds of context to themselves if they're doing it right.
It feels like that's happening across, like, more levels than literary. It feels like conversations themselves are being reduced to surface level characteristics.
Yeah, and it's this strategy for working across generalization and working across variation, which is a, like, tendency of the sign, as I call it, like, of just sort of civilizations in which people can express and imagine freely. But there's different ways that you can optimize to, like, move across varied spaces. You can also, like, have better communication protocols, and right now a lot of communication protocols are just designed to be as hostile as possible, so the only information that can get across them is extremely low resolution.
Yeah, there needs to be more Michael Silverblatts in the current literary space.
This is like, I guess almost the thing I'm trying to get at here is, like, dark Habermas. Like, nobody takes Habermas seriously and communicative rationality seriously because he's, like, a German lib who's probably a Zionist. But, like, that's a shame, because there should be a radical version of that.
I can't say I'm familiar.
He's, like, the guy who basically took over the Frankfurt School after Adorno and Horkheimer and sort of redirected it into a much more, like, respectable, less Marxist academic paradigm. But a much more marginal one, too. Like, the theory of his that I'm specifically referencing here is the idea that, like, the really relevant factors in postmodern Western culture are the degree to which different disciplines have become specialized so they can't talk to each other.
atomization of craft as well as just social other social things.
I know I've talked about this before, less on a recorded line, but generally this idea that for a second there, before we all realized that Twitter was the genocidal organ that it was, there was this temptation through these lines of association of who was following that maybe that sort of specialization was beginning to loosen, or at least that isolation was beginning to loosen. But what has been a bit blackpilling lately in that regard is the past year or so. It seemed like that kind of potential connection or diagonal movement across scenes and across various mediums and such seems to have retreated. Like everyone is kind of retreating into their own little pocket. Whether it be just, here's my circle of friends that I'm importing to insert social media platform that I'm going to here, or I'm going to my Patreon and retreating from any other sort of social media circle, and just kind of worry about the people who are subscribing to my Patreon and are on my Discord server, which due to the recent talks of Discord possibly becoming a publicly traded company, might soon have its own exodus. Yeah, that's been in talks. There hasn't been anything like in action, but there have been some articles talking that like the people that run Discord have been in talks of possibly making it a tradable, publicly tradable company. But yeah, there's just this very weird like isolationist group that hopefully will go away a little bit, but it seems to me like what I describe as sort of the rigor mortis effect after Twitter has kind of been imposed.
It feels to me like it is a reaction to the like prototypical reply guy, like the guy who would just pop into something he was not remotely qualified to speak on and say, well, actually, I think.
Yeah.
Go on.
I don't know. I guess like we're talking about like interdisciplinary communication and that type of thing. It like of course this was Twitter being Twitter, but like there was just kind of like an end game breakdown in along those lines where it wasn't so much open communication as it was ignorant hostility.
Yeah, and vectorialist ownership of the means of this kind of lateral communication. That's literally what vectorialist power is, and the way they have reasserted their class power against really the possibility of any popular collaboration is by engineering and turning up the hostility on the means of communication they own. I think is the kind of obvious factor here. We're talking about platforms whose owners were like literally all up there at the inauguration.
It's like you see the sparks of like the good it can do in it, but it relies like the form we had on Twitter relied entirely on no bad actors whatsoever interacting with it, which is not sustainable.
Yeah.
I guess then my next question would be, is there any sort of structural level? Because the other problem that I was, when I was mentioning this to some colleagues of mine outside of Andata, the kind of way this conversation kind of went was part of the problem is that we're also one of the things is not just that there are these connections happening across medium or specialty, but also across locality. So you have people from Melbourne interacting with people from Indiana or what have you. And that sort of locality in some ways is what allowed certain movements to occur before, and thus that may be one of the reasons why it didn't go off this time. I can understand that, although I think it's again there's a spark of it could have been elsewise. I just don't know how to quite develop that counterfactual out other than what we got. My question then is, if that is still a viable form, and I'd like to believe that is the case for my own sanity, if nothing else, how then, regardless of the fact that yes, this is a top-down imposition due to how these platforms have been structured, it then is at least I'm afraid becoming an internalized assumption of how this thing goes in the first place. So unless one person can interact with other things, well, how I want to phrase this. The problem I can foresee is that everyone kind of becomes stuck in the paradigm that they want to pursue, and is not able to then reconcile outside of that to then once again reintegrate into these kinds of diagonal movements, let's say. So the question is, what can then be done in order to reinstate that, to break through that isolationist reflex or impulse that has been beaten into us due to every single antagonistic, maladaptive behavior, let's say, that's been cultivated this past 10, 20, 30 years or so.
Yeah, that's why I guess a lot of my current work is almost in this direction of almost like extremophilic communication, and we're talking about like this almost brings me back to transgressive literature, but it's more in terms of how this sense of like finding ways of communicating across almost impossible gaps, and communication almost as this sort of like martial art where you can like figure out new ways of almost translating on the fly. Like, I guess like we were talking, the magical language can be spoken of either as the language that is all names or the language that is all translation.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah, it's a thing that I am not personally equipped to handle it.
Right. I don't like expect any given person to be, and that's why I sort of take it on as a purely private project of like cultivation almost, because it can't be imposed at this point as a universal demand. It has to be undertaken by almost teleological suspensions of the ethical.
That's my favorite book.
Wait, Fear and Trembling?
I'm making an almost nowhere joke.
Okay.
because of the number of times you've said almost in that sentence.
That's a caraparcelism too.
But yeah, it speaks to me the way that you said the magical language can be spoken either as a language of all names or as a language of all translations. Because a lot of what I've been working on with this personal programming language project that I've been working on is this idea of a language of all translations, where the names ultimately kind of wash out, and it's all how things move.
Nice. Do you have anything to read, or does Artie want to go to close us out? Or Angie, do you have anything?
The problem is I don't really have a whole lot of the finished stuff that I once did, because now I'm kind of in a confused state where I'm like, okay, clearly I'm between things I'm learning.
I can read it. I mean,
Alright.
it's definitely a transgressive piece of literature. Jesus. Alright, I'm actually going to read this. Alright, fuck it, I will.
Any specific content warnings you want to just put out there?
Oh, God. Okay, yeah.
On yourself as much as anyone else?
This is more or less more or less a transcript of police interview I had about pursuing a rape case. Basically, it's like a personal account of that. It's what I call automondo. It's like fucking. I don't even know. It's self-immolation, self-exploitation cinema. Content warnings. So if you are like sort of like upset by this, if you have personal experience, probably like fairly heavy. And it's gonna be pretty heavy for me. I was reading through it before earlier, and it was kind of like it was hitting me pretty hard, and I was like, well, maybe this is the kind of thing that should be read. I don't know.
I mean, it is again one of those things where the whole confessional paradigm of the early 2010s was predicated on doing this in the one acceptable way. So
I think this is actually kind of material that probably should be like beyond the page in a way, but alright, well, if I do end up finding it too difficult from a personal level, I will just stop. I think that that's almost just as much of a sort of statement as finishing it, you know.
Parcel, if you're still here, your like performance art story would be kind of relevant now too.
Exactly. Alright. You wake up from another of those seasons where you're sure you died at some point. You remember getting your throat cut by Mr. Diamond being violated. Gives the police interview book filmed on the grainy footage you see being used in court cases where the woman breaks down and cries the whole affair. You know you won't be such an embarrassment. You think about how long it's been since you saw your old papa and mama, old Camden Town. Did they ever even exist? Or did you die and leave it behind? A shame, tragedy. It doesn't matter if you're dead, the city's dying, the world is dying, something great and vast and hungry is consuming it, but it isn't enough. Even the grand cosmic beast will die once there's nothing more to say, it's infinite starvation. It likes a good banquet when chaos is no longer a feast and pickings and meagre return on itself. Final eldritch anti-right, essential cannibalism. Maybe then a new universe might be belched out the last gasp. Another cruel world cast burned into uncaring space. The planet's not singly scream. Our own worlds are nothing but a fart. You traipse through streets of Hackney when you can, but most days you're paralysed in pain. You can't get to the clinic, you know what it is from a text message. Syphilis. Fucking unbelievable. That medieval motherfucker gives me syphilis. You freak out about it for a while, and so this girl you got to know at the hostel actually calms you down and reminds you not the 1800s. Okay, so you won't become Nietzsche, not in that respect at least, if it's even true. Whatever, you won't live your life with it, chick. You need to get to the clinic. I'll sniff some more smoke, go ahead, I'm not judging you. Do what you need to do, chick. Whatever gets you through the day, eh? Turns out the stuff has nitazines in it. It's also proving to be over 70% heroin, which is insanely rare. So fuck it, what are the choices there? You get this like pseudo-allergic reaction to heroin, it seems, blotchy skin, excessive itchiness, hives, etc. But it's stuff to go to when you need pain relief. You try cocodamol and it just wasn't strong enough. Might sort of go straight to the best brown, you think. You can go for days without it when the pain is less extreme. Meth? Well, yes, you smoke that every day. More or less, unless you run out, can't afford more, but that doesn't happen often. Actually seems nice, doesn't she? If clearly nuts, just smoke cigarettes and a little hash. You got some of that decent stuff, chuck her for mostly for free, which is cool. She's an Irish Jamaican lass, early 20s, almost certainly schizophrenic. She's barely said anything too crazy. I think you can sense it. It's in between the words. Which is a good company, doesn't give a shit that you do hard drugs, or she offers you to try quitting. Around the time you create Heroes Powder, okay, it's like 4 parts care, and then 4 different variants, 2 long sharp types, 1 rock, 1 sand, 2 parts heroin, 2 parts coke, 1 part meth. You wonder if this is some kind of suicide attempt, or just a way of daring the universe. Go ahead, kill me if you can. Playing chicken with cars. You take 2 4-ACA DMT pills and Samhain, dress as the scariest thing you can imagine. American. You smoke meth outside in the communal garden area, could be called the garden. Ashley's having a total meltdown. Tells you that she's a lesbian, she's in love with this woman at Camden Council, and she's been blocked from seeing her. She thinks this woman has died tonight, she's certain of it. It takes some talking through it. You're perfectly eloquent, even on Heroes Powder. But eventually she admits that she has no reason to believe the woman's dead, other than her own intuition and entities she can't prove are real. It is fascinating briefly seeing magical thinking in action like that, isn't it? Good old All Hallows, all the Skellingtons are out tonight. You think you're dead again, but not in a Cotard's way like before. More like, I don't know, like kind of just can't believe you took so much Heroes Powder and survived. Smoking more meth on top. The trips are nice, none of that stomach sick shrooms and flakes, pleasant colours and cool vibes. This psychedelic you could live on. Others make you sleepy, little sleepyhead, don't they? Acid makes you sleepy, CCB makes you sleepy. Did some of that recently too, in pills. We also took some Take 2C, and that's decent. No, actual shrooms, they make you really sleepy. 4-ACA DMT is perfect. No tiredness, paranoia, no freak out, and not even much of a spiritual thing going on. Again, perfect for casual use. You got kicked out of a shop on Cat and TMT for being gay. The guy in the shop actually said that. You're not even gay, you're fucking trans. Excuse me, can they not even hate crime you correctly? You survived Halloween and stopped Ashley from running the M6 where she said her cousin or someone disappeared some years back. She was speaking shit, but you got to calm down and stay in the hostel. Some point after that, it's time for the film's interview at the cop shop. You take your pipe and smoke it directly adjacent to the pigsty. Gotta be fucked up for this, it'll be fine. Get easy. Two kind lady cops take you inside. The door slams behind you, you jump and say, oh dear. It's okay, says one of the lady cops. You just say, I'm sorry, oh dear, I'm so unnerved. I'm nervous, don't worry. Do you want anything to drink? Coffee and a cup of water would be nice. Alright, we'll sort out when we get to the room. It's a strange booth, 2 cameras secreted in the walls, one in front of you, one behind, facing the detectives. One leaves and returns with your drinks. You take your jacket and top off. You've made yourself look more womanly than usual, wearing makeup for the first time in a long time, huh? Tight t-shirt with bar underneath shows off makeup and pleasing breast. Your cute little rage victim, right? My sexy little abused traumatized, fucked up little whore. Look, I'm a woman who is... You look part. Just need to start crying at some point to seal the deal. Right. Let's go. Tell us what happened, says one of the lady cops. Please be as detailed as you can be. You start. Okay, well, like, you remember how Grindr? Because I was like trying to be a meth dealer, not anymore. I barely sold anything. But he said he'd help me sell products. He'd suggest Tina, and I fucking hate the name Tina. But everyone who uses it sells that medical Tina. So anyway, like, Damien or whatever his name is. I'm in this kind of room in my parents' basement, and like immediately dominating my space, like colonizing it basically. Like he has a galaxy ocean for light thing that he translates out, replaces it with his light, and like there's a protocol. I mean, portable speaker plays music, and there's like a projector with playing like incest on it. He gets me something like sitting on my bed, and he's in the way, and he acts like a fully boxed in. Like, okay, let me take your paper. Thanks. I'll show you. Look, like this. Like my room's like, and then like bed's there, and then he's there, and I'm there. And like he talks about how he's a dangerous criminal and nemesis of the Marley boys. He said, and like he kept pushing me in the side. He just started touching my parts, like I mean, my groin, maybe through my toes. My tights, I mean, I was wearing, and saying listen to my grinder, like meant. And he had me in the corner and I didn't know what to say or do, but I said like, I wasn't really in the mood, he didn't stop like being in my face and touching me. And I realized earlier he had a knife, well, I mean he showed me he did, so I was scared, and like, he basically, I didn't stop him, like taking my top off, touching my breast, and I didn't stop him. I just, I know it's hard, Angel, but please try to tell us everything. I know, it's just... And goodness, you really are crying. You were right. No more get over it. You finally vocalize it in a way that matters, or at least means something. God damn, you look like tasty little vixen doing it, baby. Cry like a little girl for me. Fucking sexy when you suffer. You choke through some more fragments of the narrative. How you asked to stop repeatedly, but you just kept going. You're an ugly crier. That only makes it hotter. You're being dominated by your feelings, and you take it like a good little brave talk. Keep crying for me, little angel. Tears on that tight white tee. You know exactly what you're doing. You want the jury to look at you and think, damn, she's one sexy traumatized tranny. They have to cut the footage in the court and people keep jacking off. After you've done the rating, you leave, shaking, smoke meth in the police bathroom. Fuck the police. Arrest this one specific guy I don't like. You hum and mutter, and release clouds and leave, and wander the streets wondering when the next break will come. Yeah, that's it.
Jesus. I don't know how you manage
that.
Yeah. Maintain that level of deliberate performance through that, too.
I thought you were actually breaking down, and I was like,
no, I did.
But then you just shit the other character's voice, and was like, oh.
No, that was real.
Just
no one to pull back as well.
Right, like your
sense memory. It's like a very literal sense memory. Yeah, no, they're quite intense.
To be clear, I don't mean like fake, I mean that like you are maintaining control of what you're doing, even as the real thing happens, and that's a level of, given like where I was starting with like the performance, like, and that everyone has found some way to do in these, but that's a level of strength that is just absolutely incredible.
I think that's why I wanted to do that, because I knew that it would, I knew it'd fuck me up, but also I knew that I was in a space where I could also control it. You know.
Yeah.
That line between the performance and the reality is, I think that's something I really want to put into my writing. So I want to read my writing. I want to kind of have the same effect it's going to have on people.
Yeah.
Yes.
You should go back and listen to
that
the
was
one.
quite intense.
Yeah. Go back and listen to the one Escher did a couple plazas ago. Like just.
Yeah, definitely. Send me the link.
Yeah. Angie, you were in the middle of something too.
Oh, I was just saying, God damn.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was powerful.
I appreciate that.
I am so. I don't know. I don't want to be patronizing like that's. But I'm so sorry that happened.
Thank you.
I can
deeply
sympathize with like sort of like I don't know like what I perceive at least as like you know the sort of terror where you feel like the need to maintain like sexual desirability even like in the aftermath of being victimized.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of it really fucked up, like sort of sense of control. It's like if the world is going to be a filthy pornographer and it's going to objectify you, it's like I'd objectify. You know what I mean. If the world's going to do that, then why not do that yourself? So that scene is sort of meant to be like me as both the sort of the victim, but also the sort of dirty sort of pornographer, like shooting the real, like because that's kind of what pornography is. A lot of my work is explicitly sort of anti-pornography, I'd say.
Yeah, this is also something Great Big Thing is like very explicitly grappling with.
A lot of it. That was US earlier in the specific examples. I did think of two. One is probably a bit too heavy. I'm not good.
I was literally in that instance just referring to the thing where you suggest there's some like evil Arthurian bloodline. I was like, what the fuck is that?
I'll tell you more about that. That's actually really fun. I'm going to return to ideas surrounding that bit of different topics. Those things that Dawkins into course. I was reading into course, and I was just getting really fucked up about Joan of Arc, I guess. And I guess Lydia kind of turned into a sort of symbolic sort of Joan of Arc, like young sort of powerful woman, sort of stripped of her agency and sort of subjected to brutality by the system. Literal trial by fire in Joan of Arc's case, actual death by fire, but the fictional character's case, sort of a fictional trial by fire, but also the other stuff in also in pornography by Dawkins led me to the actual sort of what the porn industry is like, and how that gets to like statistics of like how many videos on Pornhub feature girls under the age of 18. It's fucking absolutely rife with it, and no one gives a shit. And then lots of people now watch absolutely horrifying degree, and that kind of, I guess that ties into what you were saying about that. That kind of is the great big thing that all goes for me is that thing where you know there's that thing happening, and there's absolutely fuck all you can do to stop it, but it's there gnawing at you. It's on your back, like say you have to like ignore it or else sort of go insane. It's like how you meant to have a conversation with someone like, oh yeah, is it really annoying how this minor thing happens? There are fucking child fucking grooming gangs operating on like structural level across the whole. You can't live constantly thinking about it. So I think that's why we write about not just like our own personal like problems and struggles, and not just important intellectual insight or structural critiques, but also try to present stories of survivors of the system, survivors of the system, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of my own experience is like weird because I like come across sort of like disjunction, where like I've experimented with like I've experimented with like presenting myself in different ways over the years, and I've found that when like I present myself as somebody who has been victimized first and foremost, it like causes people to like desexualize me for one. Like they feel very weird and guilty about like perceiving me as like a sexual being, basically. And and even when I'm like, saying, look at how attractive I am, they feel like very reluctant to like say how attractive I am. But they take my perspective into consideration because of my background. And then if I de-emphasize that, if I de-emphasize that part of me, if I de-emphasize, like, you know, like what's happened to me, and if I de-emphasize what's happened to me, and like I am less forthright about it, then people feel much less compunction about finding me attractive, about finding me as a sexual being, but also at the same time, you know, they tend to like disregard what I have to say about serious matters. Because they also are not, because they're thinking, oh, you're just someone with no skin in the game, right? Like you've never been through anything.
Yeah, it's in the sort of rock and a hard place, you know, that kind of thing. You never know how much you're supposed to share.
Yeah.
And also, something I found was that the people who do try to attract still are abusers, because after the time that after the police interview, I was assaulted with two more times by two different people within following months, and they were both people who I confided in about my assault. The second guy assaulted me while telling me that he was going to find my rapist and kill him, and he did that whilst assaulting me. Like what the hell is wrong with people? What is wrong with them? I mean? Sorry, I'm laughing. Right. That's what I mean. Suddenly, it's like you're not even allowed to express your own immediate history without either being dismissed by society or dismissed by people who you're attracted to, or abused by people who insinuate their trust into you, especially if you're in a vulnerable position. It's like how do we win? How do we change this when it's so sort of structurally sort of
What made to make specifically these sometimes?
I swear to God, it's true. No, it's true. Same.
I mean, my answer would just be to bring back guilt.
Yeah. Well,
not shame, but guilt.
It's difficult because as someone who's also undiagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, technically I'm a sociopath. I don't feel like guilt or remorse in that way. I've taught myself manually how to do. I can do empathy. I can do regret and remorse. I can do them.
Okay, here's where I think
but I've met people who are like, I don't know how, like the second guy, the third guy, sorry, who was old, ever be reformed. Like I don't know how like you can get this guy to a level where he would actually be able to not be someone who is like. The thing is, I'm not like someone who I can't even really hate these people because they're just also part of an incredibly very bad system, and they just want good people. But it's like that guy, he was diagnosed with antisocial as well, and it's like he just perfectly fit the mob of a sociopath, absolute team. It's like supposedly possibly up to 60-80% of the prison population has antisocial. Some or at least adjacent traits. And if that's just like mostly men who have it, unfortunately, and it's pretty much just like the criminal disorder, and it's like you don't even know how to stop it. Like the only solution I think is make society better, because I think sociopathy is when it turns malignant, it's because of deprivation. I think like I say, I've been able to teach myself to not be a sort of ultra malignant force. So it's like obviously possible. But it's fucking there are some people I've met where it's like, Jesus, it's going to be like a lot of work.
Yeah. The thing I was going to say earlier is just having heard about this from you before, and like the thing that strikes me as this is where the contemporary therapy speak, by which I mean the actual like psychiatric paradigm in its current form, gets things backwards, I think, because when you're describing, I've been able to make myself feel this, or not to make yourself feel it, but to control it, to sort of create these, like, to do it deliberately, and you're being told that's fake because it is deliberate. The deliberateness is what makes it guilt. That's, like, it's teaching yourself to have a superego, and the assumption is that you're not supposed to be doing that, which is why you get so many, like, the people who are seemingly completely well-adjusted, but also seemingly unreformable.
Like one thing I would note is that like pretty much everyone has actually pretty much everyone with like a scientific stake has criticized the category of antisocial personality disorder for one, just because like it doesn't actually like take into account motivations. Like it's supposed to be like
it's fucked up the way it's used. It's not true. Like something like schizophrenia is figured out from within. How does a schizophrenic person see the world? You know, that's not how it is for antisocial. It's all like this person manipulates people. This person does really bad things. This person's
lumping in like a dozen different. You're lumping in a dozen different like underlying psychotypes into like a single behavioral category. One thing I was
there's certain like behavioral categories where it's like some things it's like there's an interest in what it's like to be that person, and they're like inferiority.
But no one
knows how do you deal with that?
Exactly. Like how do you deal with malignant narcissists in your life? Like it is honestly like it really frustrated me after my diagnosis through like trying to find like worthwhile information on antisocial personality. So I had to figure out most of myself.
How do you, a normal person, get these people out of your life?
It's literally like that. I was looking at like schizophrenia. I was like how to like spot signs of schizophrenia in society so that we can help schizophrenic people have a good life and then antisocially. How to make sure that you can spot these evil, malignant sociopaths. You have exile from society or they will kill you.
So what I've been thinking is just like for instance, like the thing that I think is very important is to have like a strongly internalized set of values, which is not what like gets optimized for. What gets optimized for is like developing values that like you know allow you to maneuver in society effectively, which is not the same as having like an actual internal moral compass. Having an actual internal moral compass, well, it prevents you from like victimizing someone while expressing like verbal sympathy, basically. you should be able to someone should be able to fucking understand the contradiction between what they're saying and what they're doing at the very least.
I think a lot of people do. I think the cognitive dissonance drives people insane.
I was listening to fucking, Gokinaru's takedown of Sneeko again, today. And I was just thinking, the first time I saw this, I was like, this is an actually alien mind to me. I don't understand how someone's, words and actions and, beliefs and preferences can have this little relation to each other, except in the direction of what seems like this shadowy cultural convergence point. And watching it now, I'm like, oh no, there is a, perfectly consistent algorithm going on here is comparing yourself to the other in every single situation, in every single, cognitive calculation of, either an ideological thing, or a personal thing, or, a grandiose metaphysical religious thing. And, it always has to cash out for the self over the other in every single correspondence, regardless of whether they're, consistent with each other. And that's not even something where it's I don't even think that's, just a completely immutable terminal value. It's because the comparison is too deliberate. It's not being selfish in the sense of always wanting what you want in the absolute. It's always wanting more than the other. That has to happen every time, and that's learned at, the basic moment of forming self-other boundaries, which are also, the building blocks of conceptual boundaries. So when, conversely, something like that is targeted at kids, it's targeting exactly the point where they're forming those boundaries, and so you can create, literally complete, conceptual grammars.
We should send my book to schools. I think it's a great thing.
Kids need to read a lot of things in general.
What?
Yeah, the amount of people I've met, they're just so casual. I read American Psycho in a pen.
Yeah.
What? The hell?
Kids can handle a lot more than we assume. Or that a lot of people assume that they can.
Yeah, no, definitely. I worked with kids on a fast, and I was trying to foster out. I gave one of the kids, which was sort of leaving present, I gave them a Borges book when they was 13. I was like, 13 is just right. Should read Borges.
Nice. Yes. I was just thinking, one of my funniest memories was being in a psychiatric situation as a teenager, and just one of the kids was reading American Psycho. And the staff started arguing with him about it, saying people might be triggered by the words on the cover. He's like, what the hell are you talking about?
I think a lot of teenagers. I mean, I watched American Psycho when I guess I was 14.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Instantly sort of put had it in quotes my MSN status because I was in 2008 or whatever. And I know there's something about being a teenager is a kind of almost a sort of pseudo sociopathy in a way. Sort of in between the sort of innocence of childhood and the sort of roughness of adulthood, but you haven't quite learned the boundaries. So.
Teenagers scared the living shit out of me.
That's what I was listening to back then.
Unless somebody bleeds. So what does it say? So darken your clothes, or strike a violent blows. Maybe they'll leave you alone, but not me.
Classic.
My mother used to sing that song all the time. I was always vaguely disturbed by it. Before I became a teenager, at the very least.
That makes me feel ancient.
I just read Zits and was like, what the fuck is this?
How do you use blank spot? Basically, I read like sort of YA-ish adjacent horror stuff. Like I don't know if you guys get them, but Darren Chan books. Weird started off as like a sort of like teenage vampire thing and turns into this insane metaphysical fucking bizarre fucking journey. But I then just kind of stopped reading for like fucking years until I was like 18 when I got back into reading like hard. I just feel a little behind a lot of people.
I haven't touched
back in when we were like 16 or something.
I haven't touched much YA stuff in a long time, and I think it was just like it was. I stopped paying attention to it during the era where basically everything like there was a. I mean, it's technically always been this way, but there was a period where the saturation of trend chasers was so high, like every other thing was either a Hunger Games or a Twilight or both.
Yeah.
And like I just couldn't be bothered to keep up with it anymore. And I probably missed a lot of good stuff because of that. But
yes, the Tiger Games.
It was just a patient zero for what happened to publishing in general. Like, people treat the dysfunction, like, people use YA as a metonym for everything that's wrong with contemporary literature or even culture, and act like, again, the problem is something inherent in the genre, when it's just, like, the first thing that was eaten the way genres get eaten by the current form of the publishing machine.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm sympathetic to like the idea that there's something like inherently wrong in the genre. Much less sympathetic to like the idea that like the thing wrong is just like the age demographic itself.
Yeah, it is.
And that's what.
I guess I've never considered YA to be a genre as much as a tonal descriptor. If that makes sense. Because you can make almost any genre in YA. It's just you have to stick within like a certain.
There's some really crazy like
guidelines. Like it can't be. It has to treat the audience like an adult, but not one who knows what sex is.
Yeah.
There's a book that's called, I think it's what is it? I Am Dead or I'm Not Dead. What is that? But it's like technically it's like a YA book. It's classified as YA, and it's really fucking messed up and observant. It's like one of the most sort of like brutal works from transgressive literature. And it's literally sold as a kids book, marketed as a kids book, like YA book. And like how the fuck is this YA?
What's it called again?
I can't remember. I'll find it for you.
I could bring the conversation.
Living Dead
Girl. Listening all of the traumatic war crimes that those child soldiers are forced to commit over the course of the series.
Yeah.
I mean, like I'm just thinking, like for instance,
I'm thinking like for instance, you know, a lot of people like
Yeah, I'll be wrapping it up soon.
A lot.
But yeah.
A lot of people like say a lot of people say the phrase YA, and like what they mean is like generally like the sort of like fantasy genre YA, and like that's not like the model for that's not like the archetype of YA for me. I guess to a lesser extent, like the genre archetype of YA would be like I don't know. For me, it would be like I don't know, like the Divergent series or whatnot. But like for me like the central archetype would be like I don't know, like John Green's novels. And I don't have any hatred for John Green as a person whatsoever. He seems like a very nice guy, and I do appreciate that for one. Like he actually does like kind of beg the people who read him to like actually read like classic literature. But I think that like my critique of his works would be in essence that the way that they function, the way that his novels and novels in imitation of him function is by sort of like relieving the audience from the felt obligation to read like anything outside of like the particular comfort zone that like the way that the prose is written caters to. Because like all of John Green's novels have like these allusions to like Shakespeare and like Cyrano de Bergerac and what have you, but like they don't in themselves contain like the same substance. It is deliberately like a sort of light reading, light not in the sense of like subject matter, but light in the sense of like you're guided through like you know the characters' emotions very methodically. The prose itself is very light and easy to read, etc. The tonal affect is like very strong, but also like etc. Like I'm sure like as we all know, like I'm sure we all know like the sort of tonal indicators that like are denoted by like YA as like a category. But like the problem I have ultimately is just the problem I have ultimately is just that like it's very safe. It's very risk free. It's just like it apes. It pretends at being intellectual while deliberately like not being like intellectual work in itself.
Yeah. I think and that problem I think extends like even heavier towards like the Hunger Games end of the trend thing, because basically take. It turns revolution into an aesthetic. Basically.
Yeah. Which is a basic part of counter-revolutionary culture industry function. But I also did want to... I was really glad you used the specific wording light, because I was going to say, like, I think Japan made a smart move in explicitly separating, like, the concept light novel from a genre or an age group. Like, just having that as a conscious label saves a huge amount of, like, work.
Yeah, it removes young adult as a term, like triggers an implicit value judgment.
I mean, part of the advantage of like the term light novel is that it also like grants you permission to use the form to like actually write more heavy things as well. Because you're like, I'm writing a light novel. Like that means that like as long as like the word light is in there, I can just like fuck around and get weird with it, weird and heavy with it all I want.
Yeah, and because like you aren't, it is a shorter form per volume. Like I know light novel series can get massive, but if you take a contemporary American novel and a light novel and fill both of them with that level of just like getting real heavy and weird with it. I think like the average American novel will tend to run into a point of exhaustion, like emotional exhaustion on the part of the reader. Whereas I am stuck in this pit of misery for 500 pages. Please let me out.
Yeah.
Like that can work. But it is like one of the most tricky pacing things that there is, and also every individual reader's tolerance levels are going to be different.
Yeah. I remember like a couple years ago, like when the Squeakcore debates erupted, and I was honestly just like mostly thankful. Like it's kind of a vague term, and like what have you. But I was mostly just thankful that someone had come up with a label for like the style of science fiction that it described that would like serve as like some sort of placeholder for someone for people who had issues with the way like science fiction in that style is being written, that doesn't just end up in orthogonal political debates, right? Because you know, I see this sort of debate happen. I see this sort of debate happen in like young adult, like in young adult spheres all the time. Where like you know, like someone might try to like write a critique on aesthetic grounds of like a young adult fiction piece, and they might note like in the margins or something like I don't know, like it's a bit heavy-handed with its focus on diversity, or you know, for being like I don't know, like nominally like lefty, it's not diverse enough or something, and like then like the entire debate becomes over diversity. And then the entire debate becomes over like you know the political content of it. Like people.
It feels like a Tumblr problem that I haven't discussed.
Yeah.
It's just like I've noticed the exact same thing occurring also in just like you know discussion of like contemporary Western cartoons as well. That's like the other like form where like this happens a lot.
Steven Universe broke people's brains in this exact way.
Well, the places you mentioned being like Royal Road and Space Battles and stuff, those are spaces that I've seen manage to like very rigorously avoid that problem, partly by the sort of like rational fickish tendency of stuff there, where it's like, okay, we will just argue about the plot. And webtoons is also like, I'll see like sometimes really weird, entirely orthogonal culture wars in like webtoon comments that I'm like, I have no idea where this came from. But
webtoons for it is largely Korean focused. Yeah. So like there's a whole cultural thing there that I am not remotely familiar with.
Yeah, I mean like one thing that I noticed in like a lot of like I don't know like very online and very online works of creative energy that tend to have like, you know, like left leaning audiences and writerships. I just often notice that like the like diversity and representation debate is almost like I want to say like 60 to 80% of the time actually just a proxy for other complaints. Like a lot of the time, like whenever I would see like people saying like, you know, like I don't know, like young adult fiction is like too white, for instance. Like a lot of the time, the underlying complaint is just like something like this is written badly and cloyingly and too cutely, but like it's difficult to parse it in those terms, and it's the same way with like I don't know, like the complaints about like I don't know, like Steven Universe or whatever being like too woke or whatever. It's like I can immediately tell like what the person, a big part of what the person is trying to say is that like this is written in a very odd, this is just written in a way, written and illustrated in a way I don't particularly like. And the illustration and writing style seems to coincide, not necessarily directly linked, but like indirectly linked somehow with like the political leanings of it. So like I noticed those sort of weird proxy debates happening a lot, and the trouble with those proxy debates is that like the trouble with those proxy debates is that eventually all of the debate over like the work itself becomes subsumed into like the political proxy debate. Therefore, like having an opinion on it necessarily becomes a political opinion. Therefore, etc., etc.
Yeah, and it's like so. I've been present for enough. For a few of these to kind of watch how they develop, and they don't start out as proxies. Like people will just complain about the thing they intend to complain about. When enough people just say so, then they need to find another angle of attack. That one that people will get defensive about. And now we have a cottage industry on YouTube of people making 6-hour response videos to the latest 8-hour Lily Orchard screed, and that keeps popping up when I recommended.
Oh yeah.
The argument fandom is like a very oral culture thing, and like it's probably healthier for us to be able to just recognize that as a thing it is.
Oh yeah. People who are fans of arguing rather than like anything else.
It does really stuff now. Steven Universe has occupied the pop cultural thing that I'm know now for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
A possibly tangential thought actually on the argument fandom is I wonder how related it is to the explainer economy in YouTube.
What is the explainer?
It's basically it's a genre of YouTube video often made by influencers of a specific fandom, usually like Disney films or Marvel Cinematic Universe films, that sort of thing, or at least that's the most common object of it, where it's literally like, okay, day one of insert whatever Star Wars TV show is broadcast on time, right? And then basically what these explainer videos do is just basically sit down and basically like, okay, so here's what happened in this last episode that you presumably already watched, you already know, and you presumably already know all the references because that's part of the fandom sort of churn that happens. But I'm still going to sit here and explain to you in a video that's at least twice as long as the thing that you just watched exactly what happened in painstaking, incessant, pedantic detail, which only serves a function as your sort of almost ritualizing your participation in this media rather than actually providing any sort of context or information to the media itself. Yes, basically. It's jerking off, but only the person that's producing it is actually getting anything out of it. And that getting anything out of it is money from YouTube ads that they're getting off of that. And also Patreon and all that sort of stuff.
Where do I post images? In the VC chat? Or...
Yes, you can do that in the VC chat if it's relevant to the discussion.
Stuff like this, right? Not the middle image with the kid on it. That's unrelated, and I support it.
Yes. That is a subgenre of the explainer video of like, here is this movie explained. Imagine that, but also there are subgenres of that where it's breaking down every single episode as it comes out of a serialized series.
This is
Studying patriarch online is possible.
This is another one of those forms where, like, it was way more interesting at the beginning, and it got, like, standardized and marketized, because you could argue that, like, the early form of this is stuff like Fred Slacktivist Clark's exhaustive Left Behind breakdown, which is probably one of the best studies of American evangelical culture I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think that's it's the type of genre of explainer video that has come out of that, though. I think it is a prototypical sort of version of that, but I'm getting the exact genre of it. But that seems almost like whatever the genre is that produces things like the Ulysses Companion or like the Gravity's Rainbow Companion applied to the pop cultural, the secondary explication of a pop cultural object. That sort of stuff is much more interesting. These explainer videos, though, as far as I understand, I make it a point not to interact with them. I just happen to know that they exist. Are much less interested in that so much as just kind of pointing out and saying like, that's the Gluck-Shido from Gluck-Shido the Awakening or whatever.
Yeah.
That's me boy. That's me boy right there. He acted his ass off in that show, by the way.
I quite like this kind of trash media, like filling the void sometimes, and sometimes just kind of seeing what kinds of people make them, seeing which ones can make them better. Like if I'm sort of interested in something and I can't bother watching like the whole show again, I would just watch someone explain it because that reminds me of the plot. And it's true that like I think what's kind of fascinating about a lot of it is that you can tell a lot of the people doing it kind of like this is going to be a way that's going to make me a YouTube star, you know. And so that's what I find interesting is the ones that have like 30,000 views or something like that. Like they're just sort of starting to form a sort of persona, and they're like, I'm going to YouTube star by just describing every, like you say, painstaking detail, every single thing that happens. And say like before season 4 or whatever. And it's like, I kind of like the the obsessional sort of detail, because it's interesting, right? There's no actual commentary or criticism. It's literally just a functional description of what happens within it. It's peculiar, but I like the trash YouTube stuff. Just I don't have TikTok, so I just watch trash YouTube instead.
That does bring up actually kind of a problematic to my statement, because because I'm trying to base off of things that I've recently watched. I did watch a few videos on like Transformer stuff explained, but it's usually in like 15-minute chunks or things like that. And then I went to, because I heard that apparently there's this like tragic character arc of Starscream in Transformers Andata. I saw a video that was attempting to explain that, and I was like, okay, let me just see what this is, so I don't have to go through like a whole very shoddily made series just to get to that point, right? And then there is this was the kind of like, although we're kind of getting more into video essay territory rather than explainer.
Yeah, there's that distinct thing of the explainers literally don't add any commentary. Then there's explained, which is kind of a step up, or kind of like describes what happens and then gives a bit of perspective. And then you've got the like 10-hour one that like go in depth and like very much like personal opinion driven.
I think I know where the actual proper origin of this as a YouTube market might be, and I think it is
Isn't Plinkett and Variety is definitely a big modern influence.
Plinkett was ostensibly a critic, not an explainer. I think. True.
I think like the most obnoxious form of YouTube video I've like seen like get really big recently has just been the one that's like titled something like you know like the like I don't know, like the darkest movie made in like 2009 or something.
Yeah.
And like you know it's
awesome.
Wendigoon kind of
the trouble I have like
the darkest creepy pasta book ever, and it's about
I look at it. I mean, when I look at it, I'm at least hoping that there's some sort of interesting, like halfway interesting, like take on whatever it is that they're reviewing. But no, it's just a recap. It's just a recap of
like these aren't. Thankfully aren't very popular, but you will see them like that exact style of video where it is just a recap summary with a like an eye-catching title, and it's just an AI voiceover recapping the plot of the movie.
Much more common recently, definitely. Yeah.
It's so irritating because like they give the oftentimes like they give like the video like a title suggesting that it's like a review or like you know like a video essay that's like trying to explore like what the themes are or something, and like I'm always down for like putting one of those on in the background as I don't know, but it's just a recap. It's just a fucking recap. They're not saying anything.
And to think this all started with a bunch of kids freaking out about the caretaker.
Yeah, I am incredibly down for anything that even remotely seems like it might be a Jacob Geller video. But then a lot of times the titles of his videos are also the exact type of titles that those things use. You know.
Yeah. Also by the way,
the video I posted.
I'll have to.
The Andor one.
The, 'cause I, 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 I,
Okay, yeah, The thing with that one is that I am like dead certain that it is a copycat video of another one that I've seen that had the exact reverse title, which was Rule of Rose, an incredible game you should not play.
I thought that this would have some kind of...
Yeah.
My friend posted this, and I was like, there's gotta be some kind of criticism here, right? Because he's making a case. He's making a case for a Danganronpa. He says, one, it's an awful game, and two, you need to play it. So it implies that there's some kind of structural criticism of Danganronpa contained within it, right? So I watched all of it. It's a YouTube Let's Play.
Oh, of course.
It's a Twitch streamer who streamed all the fun parts of Danganronpa. And he's got the Twitch stream thing going where he needs to make a joke every exactly 14.4 seconds or else people the stream. So he'll just be like, this guy's stupid looking. This girl's got a crooked nose. You know, that kind of thing. And the most unbelievable part, the part of this video that makes this like a really genius and great video, is the moment he gets to the end credits, he's like, well, that was Danganronpa, and then the video ends.
Well, that was the game. Roll credits.
New number one spot on the Sight and Sound poll.
And I like if I if a let's player doesn't like spend 5 to 10 minutes on the credits and eventual title screen just talking about the experience, then I lose a lot of respect for them.
Yeah.
It's like the best part about doing anything. Just talking about it when it was right there.
I would pay a lot of money to just see I would pay a lot of money to just see like an old like southern guy just like play like all the way through like Metal Gear Solid 2 and then just like spend like 20 minutes on like the title screen afterward just going like this breaking things in the background and then just referring to his mirror going like Hideo Kojima, I'm going to kill you. What the fuck was that all about? I am coming to your house.
Man, imagine if it was the original cut of Metal Gear Solid 2 that didn't get edited because 9/11 happened right before release date.
So, how much money are we talking here?
Kara Parcel wants to read something, and then we should probably close out. But
okay. Oh shit! I was actually gonna like. I was just intently listening for a bit, but.
I mean, I feel like we have a. Yeah, no worries. I want to be going to sleep soon too, but.
Yeah, me too.
Damn, what? I actually do something. All right, hold on. I gotta readjust my synthesizer. I had it open for a bit.
Oh sweet, we're getting another special reading with sound elements.
You'll have to give me about 5 minutes though.
No worries, we can keep talking about YouTube videos.
If I am the X Factor that turned this into a rambling mess, I apologize.
No, it is always like this.
No, you're good. Just a typical kind of like.
The elements that we've been going on tonight have been about the tenor of this. It's just tonight is more so.
I feel like this is back to that question of like the cross-disciplinary and like Delaney would use cross-class communication that was originally enabled by the internet. And one of the things that happens now is that those less specialized venues, which are, again, the ones that are owned by vectorialist capital, are monopolized by reaction. That's like what the Joe Rogan... Joe Rogan is like a vectorialist just for ideas. He's like, I will listen to anything anybody says, and then, well, that's not true anymore, but he has his own criterion, which is put there by his sort of political handlers, but will cut across every other category. And people who just want to engage with information in unspecialized categories will go to things like that. Which is part of why I let everybody ramble in these, because that's like a vital function.
I think one of the struggles that I've run into personally with this like interdisciplinary breakdown is that I have no idea how anyone is meant to collaborate with someone that like organically.
Yeah.
If I wanted to write for a video game or a comic that somebody wanted to draw but wasn't confident in the writing, which I am sure there are people out there like that exist.
Yeah.
How do I find that? How do I find them?
Part of what this place exists for, like in all seriousness.
That has been also a question I've been asking, and part of my potential solution that we'll see how well it works out may end up being just kind of like doing the equivalent of cold calls. Like if you follow someone for a significant amount of time, maybe hit them up and say, hey, I've been admiring your work for some time. Is there any interest in collabing, doing something, or
I feel like with any artist that I would be following for a long time, they must get like tons of those.
Not necessarily. You'd be surprised. I mean, okay, here's a funny thing about me is I busk for money. The one place I see that happen is like when I'm busking, like playing fiddle on street corners. I get like a lot of like, oh, do you want to like play at my wedding? Oh, do you want to record at my studio for like my country band or something? Like 90% of the time it does not interest me, or it just never happens. But also 90% of the time it is boomers. It's like old people who do not have a sort of set of assumptions about an art world. They're just one, operating on the norms of a generation where you would hit the pavement because a lot of things were less streamlined, and two, where like just they've been living on their own, doing something privately for years, and are just like, fuck it.
And a big problem is that like there's a hard line drawn between professional endeavors and hobbyist passion projects, and like approaching people to collaborate is like it is the realm of the professional endeavor, because you know you're going to pay them for their services in working with you on this, like, and if somebody's going to collaborate with you on the more hobbyist end of things, like they have to be real in on your idea, or you have to be real in on theirs, and that is difficult to come across.
Yeah.
I once did album art for my friend, and I posted it in a completely random server. I don't even remember it. I think it was some sort of stupid-ass League of Legends Chinese betting server. Like people were betting on the Chinese league in that server, but they're all Americans. And I posted it, and I was just, this is a one-off thing. I've never done album in my life. I'm not even an artist, but I did this one thing, so I should post it. And then someone hit me up and tried to commission me. Someone tried to hit me up and commission me like a day later. So bizarre and casual.
I received an unsolicited writing commission request. One that was actually kind of rattled me because it was I write very tame stuff, but there's a certain subset of like my potential audience that has internalized thing where a person turns into animal as a like pink thing.
I saw a really frightening image. Wait. I saw this image a couple of days. This is a little unrelated, but it was a completely normal image that shocked me and chilled me to my bones because of how many levels of fetish technology we were on.
It's like I am an incredibly.
Oh my god.
That is incredible.
Okay, but that
I was like Oppenheimer seeing this, you know.
like this is yeah no that is like that's some next level shit. But yes, I am writing a serialized thing about somebody about people who are now like squirrels and birds and such, and that does not mean I want to write your farm animal humiliation.
Right.
King.
No, crossing the barrier of type of content is where it gets into real consent ethics territory, basically.
Yeah. That's why it rattled me, because like I did not even indicate that I was open for commissions in any way whatsoever. I was just completely unprompted sent this rather explicit description of what they would want in their hypothetical commission.
What's wrong with people? Like
It's like the barrier against doing that should be possible to maintain, not even on professional or genre or whatever sort of striation levels. It should just be possible to derive from like very generalized contact norms, and at least
All you have to do is open it with something like, are you comfortable working with explicit material for a start, you know, before you go into like any kind of like detail. Like it feels like the person is just using it as an excuse to kind of describe their fetish for no reason, rather than very strange behavior.
It's something that I've encountered little hints of here or there, where there are people whose primary social outlets are like kink communities, and it is healthy to have a place where you just break down those kinds of like restrictive social norms, but you need to like recognize where you are when you leave them.
Yeah. I was gonna say me at the Modern Art Museum. God, it's so hot.
Let's see. Let me.
Kicked out.
I am not hearing anything from your stream.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no.
I've
been dead silent.
There's the loop of the.
Yeah, we're not hearing anything on mic, basically.
I thought I heard like a sting of it, but that was very much buried very quickly.
What about now?
Yeah, now. Now's good.
Alright. I just have to readjust it now.
You were muted before.
Yeah, I muted just in case we were conversating. We're gonna get in the middle of that. Okay. This is just a quick sample of something that I started working on recently. After thinking about something like love and pop. It also might be slightly perverted, so that's my bad, I guess. Rizo walked on the shore, sand caked on her feet through her sandals. Young roots glow into her dyed blonde hair, fraying the beams of sunlight. Twin bangs flowing behind her with the blue play of the breezes. Meandering undercries of her shoulder blades, a strapped tank top tied into little bows. Within the viewfinder, scooped up sand from the beach to this island which stands alone. Like the hushes of the ocean that temper the hot suns whispered to her, with the rushes of air cooling the white sky. Same wine came in slivers through the curtain when I woke up in the hotel room futon this morning when she was not yet awake. Just moments ago we lay here eyes closed, maybe unintentionally leaning towards each other. The faintest touch of only these small things underneath the clouds of the duvet. Not like the brushes that suddenly recoil back to the distant waves of passers-by. It's something that lingered, even by accident. Its nearness looms beside us. Cars chatter above the embankment. I hesitate, clicking the shutter button. The rings of my fingertip above the smooth metal droplet, as if from here I was merely this breeze that brushed past and missed me. The moment I pressed that button, I almost interrupted her. She turned to me, eyes narrowed and slightly concerned. I thought you wanted to take a picture. Nah, thought better of it, said, lowering the Instax camera. Cheap ass, she scoffed. She chuckles into a little smile, shaking her head like this is what I do all the time, as she takes off her sandals and dips her feet in the water. Photography would have been an extra charge. Given that we've seen each other through the escort agency several times, she tends to pout a little more, throwing coarser marks that seem to skirt on an inevitable hostility, grown out of stowed agitation, where she would turn to throw the middle finger up when I nod away, or glares a little when I talk too long. Each one threatens to ambush me, like walking in the middle of the road to get hit by a car. A kind of statistically objective fact about the violent acts in the world. Couples milled about, holding up their phones to take photos of the shore, or balancing them on collapsible selfie sticks. Others waved their hands at departments to get them in a frame. I suppose Rizoka and I were living in these pictures, the kind that cut between the rushes of work promised by the warmth of an afternoon sun, that there were paradises that followed its long meandering ways. Maybe we have that in common. The couples here would soon return and look at the glowing windows of hotels, waiting for trains at the station platform. The daylight from the afternoon that once shone on them lowered, kindled in the fluorescent light between trains and station platforms and ports solidified into the gray slate of walls and their apartments' empty space. Matches buoyed up their limbs as fatigue dims out the ceiling lamps. Eyes closing to smother out even the slightest glow, falling and waking up lights all over. Save up some money or something. Maybe you could afford to get out of here sometime, I said. No one leaves here, she said, but then adds, sometimes, to account that even such evictions can get undone anyway. Until she walks off humming a Joni Mitchell song about parking lots. Sometimes when we drove through town, gaps of deals rustled between the fluid buildings with convenience stores and flower shacks, balconies stippled above them. Nature almost being this kind of random span that would just show how far away things were. Maybe all that longing glued to these leaves through all that distance. Rizoka nods to the other couples as we pass. All these small gestures, the kind of things that we hope to remind us that things will at least half decent. We got in a Honda Beat, a little K Roadster, we side-carved into a bed along the curved door jamb, a sleek front cowl swollen to the sides, rimming above the thin headlights, hugging the broad bumper with two slits of intake ducts. Three pistons powered the engine behind us, revving it until it carried us through the road, curving along the serrations of the coastline. The guardrail seemingly fluttered along with the winds around us, stretching itself bombing the straightaways. Mountains parted and I thought of the ocean, or at least driving being in one, watching lands drift along the waves of each curve in the road. Rizoka brought her knees to her chest, resting her slender arm on them, moving her hands slowly as if to catch a road-through stream of air frayed off the windshield.
I really like that you have that specific Joni Mitchell song in there. I'll use it as the closing music.
That was like a vibe.
Yeah, that was incredibly sick.
Yeah.
Very hypnotic.
I think on the technical side of things, I think Discord's noise canceling ate a bit of the music. Especially it would cut out entirely whenever you paused. But if
that
you
almost added its own sort of accidental flair to it in a way.
Yeah.
And creepy about it all cutting out every time the voice stops.
Thank you. I'll have to look back on the recording just to see when that comes up, especially because I don't really have any way of getting much feedback on the way that I'm speaking or just like how the synth is coming out.
Yeah, your voice came out clear and the synth definitely added like a good like rhythm to it.
Thank you.
Alright, this has been really fun as always. I don't know how these always manage to have such distinct things, but I'm really glad that we're attracting it somehow.
I just kind of blindly stumbled in here today. It's like, hey, you want to come join a reading? It's like, yeah, sure. And this was great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, hope to see you around.
Alright, thank you all. I'll be heading to bed now, I think.
Night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, Angie.
Good night.
Good night.
See ya.
Your boss's name is Heather, and she made me have a long day. So why don't you get there and let me sing all of your problems?
Paradise, put up a parking lot with a pink hotel, a boutique, and a swinging hot spot. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? They gave paradise, put up a parking lot. They took all the trees, put them in a tree museum. Charge the people $1.50 just to see them. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? Hey, paradise, put up a parking lot. Hey, farmer, put away the DDT now. Give me spots on the apples, but leave me the birds and the bees. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? They pay paradise, put up a parking lot. Late last night, there was a screen door slammed, and a big yellow taxi took away my old man. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? They gave paradise, put up a parking lot. I said, don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? They gave paradise, put up a parking lot. They gave paradise, put up a parking lot. Put up a parking lot.